Sorry, brother, I was on mute. Peace.
Peace, brother. How you doing?
How you doing? So let me. So when you call in, right, it shows your phone number by default. Let me change this. Well, what number should I put? What name should I put for you in place of your number?
Sincere Isalamallah.
Okay, got it. All right, brother. Okay, so I want to say peace.
Peace.
Now, I'm not sure if you're into it, but Happy New Year. I don't know. You know,
Same to you, brother. Same to you.
brother. I hope all of your, if you have any resolutions, goals, I hope all that's accomplished within one year.
Right. Well, hey, brother, just keep striving till I can't strive no more.
Yes, sir.
Just keep on working, man. We have a heavy work before us. And got a lot of our people to get to. Me personally, I try not to be biased, but I think I am in a sense because most that I talk to are the youth.
Right.
Those in their early 20s on down until 7 years old. Those are when I pass the message on to the children. Now, if the elders or my peers they choose to listen, or the elders that's much older, that's fine too. I won't discriminate in that way, because we all need to be raised. But I go towards the babies because I believe they are the ones who's going to inherit this promised land.
I'm going to co-sign that. You dig? I'm not trying to convince no grown man of anything, no grown woman. Uh,
No, not at all. You either take the truth or you reject it. It's
right,
simple as that.
right.
I don't deal with philosophies or theories. I'm strictly actual facts, right or wrong. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah, bro. I'm saying, wait, bro. Um, I can share information with a grown adult. Whether again, sometimes I'm fallible, right? Ain't nothing about me perfect. So if I could be
None
wrong,
of us, brother. We all come from the grave,
right?
but some of us choose to, you know,
Exactly.
awaken the others, and some, they're gonna be awake, and all of us are not gonna make it. And those who choose who want to stay in the grave, they're dying they sleep.
Exactly. So that's why
You know?
I'm going to tell. So I'm going to disclose my age to you. So I'm 44 years old. Okay. So at this age,
Okay.
I experienced a lot. Trial and tribulation. I learned on the job as far as dealing with people. Being sociable, and I'm very sociable. I'm extremely sociable. Okay. It doesn't take much for me to interact with strangers. It don't take much for me at all. If I hear a conversation that's something that I know, I will invite myself without their invitation. So I'm extremely sociable. I consider myself a journalist. You did. I'm a true journalist. I ask questions. I get to know. I inject myself in conversation. But the thing I'm not going to do is beat you down. Like once I share information with you, that's it. You can take it, let it alone, and
Indeed.
move on.
Now, I have a question. Your journalism, is it based on actual facts or just,
So,
what you think?
so let me explain journalism for a second. Journalists don't have an opinion. Okay, we pick brains pretty much, right? So now, of course, if we're educated in somewhere, then we have an opinion on that. But for the most part, we try to be unbiased. Like we pick your brain, and then based upon your response, your answers, it's either going to be factual or fiction.
Hmm.
So if it's
Understood.
fiction, that's when the pushback will be there. Again, a polite, respectful pushback will be there. If it's facts, then we move on. But that's what true journalism is. Like you don't take a side. You ask questions, you get answers, and based on the answers, that determines how you respond or counter respond.
Okay. Well, I try to think 5 times before I answer, as Elijah Muhammad taught, and then you might be right. That's how I try to attempt to do it. I try to think 5 times before I answer something, and then I might be right. If I'm not, I always stand to be corrected because I do, I strive for self improvement.
Right. Right.
I don't do the big eyes, little U's, big head. I put myself where I'm supposed to be within the creation of things and develop myself from there, not try to get ahead of myself. Don't take any credit for something that's not genuinely mine, you know. Just be who I am and I'm comfortable with that. And if people are not, so be it, because you're not going to be liked by everyone. You're not necessarily here to be liked. You're here to do a job. You're here for your purpose. I just want to do my part,
Right.
and whatever that part is. If it's just to sweep a floor, that's my part.
Right.
If
Right.
it's to teach, that's my part. Whatever, if it's to clean a toilet, that's my part. It doesn't matter. I
Well,
just want to do my part while I'm alive,
yeah.
and
Well,
that's
I'm gonna say
that.
two things. Well, I'm gonna say two things, and in response to what you just said. Okay, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this brother, but Dr. Khalid Muhammad, he had a lecture that I was trying to tell Sister Amber, which is called "No More Negro Stuff," and basically he was saying somebody got to hold the line. Everybody want to be a quarterback, receiver, running back. The glorious positions. But he said for those people to be successful, you got to have a good line. So he said somebody got to hold the line. So that I just piggyback what you saying, where you got to sweep, pick up trash, paint. That's called holding the line. You're not in a glorious role at that point. You're just trying to hold the line, hold it together.
Well, I totally agree with you, and to let you know, I did security for Brother Khalid.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
learned a lot of things from him in Brooklyn,
Yep.
in securing him.
Wow.
And I am in the 1994 Time magazine with him.
Oh, that's dope.
So I miss brother greatly because I learned a lot when we had our situation in the nation
Yes.
with him involved. You will be the first I tell this to.
Okay.
The
Great.
only thing I regret that when my last time seeing brother Khalid,
Yeah.
it was in Brooklyn at Boys and Girl High School. We looked at each other with love. In my heart, I didn't know where his head was at the time.
Right. Right. Because you never know.
And you're right. And when we walked past, I was in street clothes, and of course he was in regular clothes, but we
Yeah.
both was in Boys and Girls that night. And I just wanted to talk to him and let him know, brother, whatever you have with our spiritual father, that
Right.
does not change my love for you,
Right.
because so many come to the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad or to the nation for different reasons.
Right. Right.
I personally came because I heard a word,
Yes.
but me reflecting over the years in the nation and outside of the nation, I knew I was Muslim at 6 years old before I even knew what Islam was. And I can remember walking down. By the way, brother, I'm 54 years old. I'll be 55 in June. And I started in the Nation of Gods and Earths at 6.
Okay.
But I can remember at 5 years old, my mother was holding my hand. We was walking down Mermaid Avenue. This was the 70s. He was holding my hand, and I guess we was going to the train station somewhere. And it was close to this train station, but there was a masjid on Mermaid Avenue. And I saw some Muslim brothers out there with the long gowns we call jalabia, and they had kufis on, and all white. I didn't know what they were. I didn't know who they were. I was a little boy holding my mama's hand walking down the street, and I pointed to them and said, Ma, I want to be like that. And I remind her of this about 8 years ago. She said, yeah, I remember that. I didn't know they were Muslims. I didn't know nothing about Islam.
Right.
But I was 4 or 5 years old. I don't think I was past 5 because I know I won't hold in my mother's hand when I was in the first, second grade because I was able to go to the store for myself,
Right.
for her, you know. And I was holding her hand and I pointed to these Orthodox Muslim brothers and said, Mom, I want to be like that. They wasn't doing nothing but standing outside the masjid.
Right.
And I remember the green letters outside the building that was on the marquee thing. I remember green letters. I don't know if it said masjid or what. I just remember the green letters and them brothers standing out there. Now, when I turned 6, I was living in the projects in Coney Island, and there was a brother. I was on the 9th floor, and this brother, I guess he got out of jail, and he was a 5%er. His name was Be a Born Allah. And we used to talk back and forth out of the window. I'm a little kid. I don't know what I was saying to him. But anyway, when he would see me, he would tell me what ice creams to eat and what ice creams not to eat and what candies to eat, what candies not to eat. And I remember at 6 years old, he gave me the supreme mathematics and the supreme alphabet. Just those two keys.
At 6?
And at 6.
Wow, yeah, okay.
And I remember and I mean, now I went through some things as a child, I'm not, there's no shame in my game, brother.
Yeah.
And my mother lived a lesbian lifestyle, and my father was a pimp. And I mean, they both grew up in North Carolina. He never pimped my mother, but he had women, and I remember how he dressed, the cars he drove, handsome man, talk smooth. I didn't know what he was, but, they was raised up together in North Carolina. And when she got 18, he took her to New York. And he lived with my grandma. She lived with my grandmother while he did what he did on the streets. And from there, of course, I went to a foster home at 9. And I still remember them supreme mathematics and alphabets. And I can remember in the 3rd grade, I don't know if it was 1975 or 76, we had a little counselor at 329. And she was a Muslim sister. She had on the brown uniform of the nation.
Right.
I can remember that now, what color it was. And she made me a kufi. I don't know if she made it, but she brought me a kufi to school. And I kept that kufi from the time I was in 3rd grade, went through the foster home up until I was 13 years old. When I got out of the foster home, I went in there around 10, turning 10, and I got out when I was 12. I was going to be 13 that June of 1980. And I went to North Carolina, and I still had that kufi that sister gave me in the 3rd grade.
Really? Wow.
And I remember my mother enrolling me in the school in North Carolina, and the white lady said, he can't wear that hat. And she snatched the kufi off my head.
Really?
And I haven't seen it.
What year was that?
Yeah.
What year was that?
That year was 1980.
Yeah. So
that was 1980.
They're still dealing with integration, right? People still getting adjusted to it. So I get it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and but all through the 80s, I didn't know nothing about Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, or Farrakhan. All I knew was my supreme mathematics, supreme alphabet, peace, God, Allah. That's all I knew. I didn't even know the Father Clarence 13 next. I just knew those supreme mathematics and alphabet until I got grown. And then when I got grown, I started running into the God's 5%ers, and they started giving me some of the lessons. But when I got in my 20s, I wound up on Fulton Street. I heard Minister Farrakhan on the speaker, and I came to one of the lectures, and I accepted. And when I got that supreme wisdom, and I went through my tenure through the nation, and I wound up joining the Masonic Lodge. I wound up joining the Moorish Science Temple of America just through reading Theology of Time by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I do consider my nationality as a Moorish American,
Okay.
And I am a member of the Nation of Islam.
Right.
But the Moorish American has two sides of it. It's a divine and national movement. And I accept the divine part because I got that through the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But the national side is the civic side. And I started dealing with the civic side of it.
Okay, got it.
And I started doing proclamations, and I changed my status. I bought 3 different editions of Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah.
And I changed my status from a U.S. citizen to an American national.
Okay.
I do possess an international license as well as a CDL from North Carolina. So when I drive, I have a private and public life.
Yeah.
When I'm public, I use my North Carolina CDL to drive the tractor trailer, which I'm buying. And when I'm driving my personal vehicle, I use my international license, which is registered under the Library of Congress through the UN. And I have a registration number with the Department of Justice. That came through Noble Drew Ali, through the Dingle Eel brothers, who John Given Eel authorized to start teaching civics. And as Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I gave you everything you need. Now go free yourself with it. The problem I find with it, people trying to get over.
Oh, yeah. That's always
divine teaching. Yeah, divine teachings are not to get over, because what you do, you cause a problem for yourself, or you have where they will change laws to make it harder for us. And that's not good for our people, So I just, besides Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, Minister Farrakhan, those are the 3 men I look to, and it has freed me in name and in deed. I don't think I've ever shared what I'm sharing with you, brother. Since you say you are a journalist, I'm gonna just give you what I can give you. But as far as Yakub, I ain't really trying to skip around, just giving you bits and pieces.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But let me add this in there. You said they could change laws, right? So this is why voting is so important, right? Because the major law, like you say, you study civics. The major law that trumps everything is the Bill of Rights, right? Nothing trumps the Bill of Rights. Okay, so now, after that, second comes state laws. So every state has different laws. So you say they change laws. Yes, California could change laws, different than New York, different than Missouri, okay? So that's why voting becomes important in those particular states, because they can change laws depending upon who's running for office and who's getting support of the people, So, but the Bill of Rights, those laws are supreme over all laws. No state law can violate the Bill of Rights. They have to be in one accord with them. So
I understand. Yeah. I understand. What I did, I removed myself from all state laws. I'm not under no state jurisdiction. I deal on a federal level, period.
Right.
U.S. Constitution, with the Constitution of America. Of course, I have not dove into the Bill of Rights, but if I was trespassed upon, of course, I would dive into it to protect myself, knowing my alienated rights. The voting thing, I have my perception on it.
Okay, got you.
I think the electoral votes is the one who determines the winner. I think you and I are just the popular votes.
It says that. Like,
popular votes don't,
For example,
the popular votes, the citizens don't necessarily determine,
Let me add this. So the popular vote is just it's like you can look at it as influence. They're trying to influence the electoral college. They're trying to influence them. They're saying, "Yo, this is who we would rather have represent our state." And most cases than not, the electoral college respect that and they go with that. There are rare situations, very very rare, where the electoral college goes opposite. Very rare, but most often they honor the popular vote of that state. So like that's how that works. They don't have to, but in most cases they honor. And there are consequences, which are minute, right? When they don't, there are consequences, by the way. But
what was the consequences when George Bush was selected by the Supreme Court?
Okay, so now that right there, there's a lot that happened with that. When you look into that, they did the recount in Florida, so there is a lot going into that. That's something we really got to get into, like a whole show just on that. That's not something we can just brush over, and we got to really look into that. But that was a rare case where the electoral candidates went against the popular vote. So again, they have that right. No, there's nothing in there that say they can't. But in most cases, they honor who the people of the majority of people would rather have represent them. You know what I'm saying? So, but there are they don't do. But anyway, that's all I want to say on that. Okay, so I have to ask you this, because I had panels before, and as you know, there are when it comes to the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, you have two different type of believers. You have believers who follow the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the life, the guidance of the life guidance of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Then you have another believer who is split, right? You have another believer who accepts the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, but they don't accept the life guidance of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So just for the record, do you follow the guidance of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan?
Do I?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And I'm going to be honest, I could tell you why. Because based on my research, everything that I believe in the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, Master Fard Muhammad, Minister Farrakhan, I studied for myself.
Right.
When I was a baby, really coming into Islam under Minister Farrakhan, I can admit I was a personality follower.
Right.
But Minister Hafiz, former Minister Kevin Muhammad of Temple Number 7, I used to question him.
I like him. By the way, I like him for the record.
Yes, and I used to question him when I was on his security detail, and one of my questions was, brother, what is the jinn? And he said, brother, you ask too many questions. Study for yourself. Study for yourself.
Right.
And when he did that, it did two things to me. It kind of made me look at him a little funny. Like, man, I ain't messing with this dude.
Of course.
But it made me study as well. And I can remember him asking me one time, brother, do you believe the most honorable Elijah Muhammad is still physically alive? I went into my spirit at that time because I was not studied. Because I listened to my inner God. You know that first mind that tell you to do this and don't do that? Or you always tell yourself, I should have listened to my first mind when you make that mistake and not listen to that first mind. I listened to my spirit and I said, yes, I do, but I can't prove it.
Right. Got it.
And when I did that, that put me on a study course. I put myself on a study course through scripture. And now I didn't really take serious what Minister Farrakhan was saying. I heard him, but I wasn't listening. But when I started studying for myself, based on the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, listening to his tapes straight from the horse's mouth about Master Muhammad living 400 years. And when I started reading Bible on the life of Jesus, and I started reading the Quran on the life of Jesus, one of the things stuck out to me of the life and death of Jesus in the Holy Quran, where it says they thought they killed Jesus, but he was not. He only appeared so. We know Jesus of 2,000 years ago was killed. He didn't appear dead. He was dead. Because you have two things. The Christians teach he was nailed on a cross and died on a cross. And then in Islam, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that he was stabbed in his heart, in his chest by a Roman soldier against a store building. And we are taught by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that Joseph had Jesus' body embalmed to last for 10,000 years. So we know that man is dead. But when the Holy Quran says Jesus was not dead, he just appeared as such.
I was going to say that.
I'm not. Huh?
Now, I was going to mention that to you. Okay, go ahead. But you said it. Go ahead.
Yeah, he appeared. Now, if you appear dead, that means you're not dead.
Not at all.
You know? So now, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was telling his son, Brother Herbert, who kept questioning him on there's no coming back. And he said, if you're a real righteous person, and Allah get to your body within 24 hours, he can revive you. Now, I always wondered about that 24 hours, but I realized after 24 hours, you in the law of decay. Allah don't break his laws.
No, sir.
So there is no coming back. But I personally believe that Allah got to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad body within 24 hours. I believe he switched the body and made it appear like that was the messenger, because how he can do that when they said that mother plane is thousands and thousands and thousands of years in advance. You don't think the doctors know how to make another body out of cells or organs? If they're thousands and thousands of years in advance, they can grow you new teeth, grow you another arm. You know, come on now. You're saying these things are that advanced, but they don't have medical technology? And if he is Allah, who I believe he is, then he can revive him. And as Minister Farrakhan challenged them years ago, exhume the body of Elijah Muhammad and check the dental records. And if that's Elijah buried in that ground, I will stop teaching. Why they didn't take him up on that? If you want to shut him up. These are words I heard come out his mouth. Exhume the body, check his dental records. If that's Elijah Muhammad, I will stop teaching. So if you want him to stop, show and prove. Shut him down. And if Master Muhammad lived to be 400, gonna live to be 400 years, and he's God, you tell me he can't revive that man who's in the Bible, in Malachi, Elijah Muhammad? You know, Elijah will come before the coming and grateful, dreadful day of the Lord. The great and dreadful day is the end. And how is the end? Because it said, if he turned the hearts of the children to the Father, turn the hearts of the children, least I come and smite the earth with a curse. And we know the earth has never been cursed throughout history. The earth has never been cursed. So that's to come. We know Jesus wasn't his name.
No.
The Greeks gave him that name.
Isa.
Because he was a just man.
Right.
You know? So Jesus Christ, that's a title. Anybody can wear that title. Anybody can wear the title of Christ if you crushing wickedness. If you got the power to crush wickedness.
Right.
And that power just comes through submission by doing righteous things and accepting truth, and don't fear telling the truth. Align yourself with the universal laws of Allah. You can become Christ. We all can be a Christ. We all can be Allah if we study and qualify ourselves. You can take Master Prophet Muhammad's place. So can I if we qualify ourselves. See, a lot of people, brother, they get time trapped, or they choose not to go someplace else. Like if you drop something on me that I may find a little difficult to see, I'll go into study and I want to see it how you see it. I want to see it how you see it so I can have a greater understanding. And then ask Allah to guide me further.
Right. So I have a question for you. So you read
Yes,
the Quran that it appeared that Jesus Christ was killed. So let me ask you your opinion. Do you believe he was crucified or not?
Do I believe who was crucified?
Jesus, 2,000 years ago.
Of 2,000 years ago? I believe he would put on a physical cross.
Right.
That's what you're asking me?
Yeah,
that type of crucifixion?
And actually killed right there on the cross.
Yeah, I do believe, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, that Roman soldiers killed him.
Right.
He was killed. He was stabbed.
I only ask that because, brother, a lot of Orthodox Muslims don't believe he was actually killed. They said, like you said, they believe it was appeared that he was crucified.
Okay, well, let's deal with this one then.
Yeah.
We know through Scripture, the human body, God only make it live to be 1,000 years based on
right.
Methuselah.
He
don't make the physical body to last for 2,000 years.
No, sir.
So even God himself, we don't know no God. I'm talking about the supreme being to live physically for 2,000 years. Master Prophet Muhammad ain't going to live for 2,000 years.
And I was going to ask you that next. So you already answered the question, brother. So you're doing a fine job. But finish.
So the physical body don't last for 2,000 years. Allah didn't make the physical body, the human body, to last for 2,000 years.
Right.
Now, Master Prophet Muhammad, through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as he said in his video, he's trying to go back to the beginning when he spoke about the people on Mars. Think about the people on Mars living 1,200 to our Earth years. Master Prophet Muhammad is trying to give us that long life as Methuselah had. As Elijah Muhammad said, 1,000 years or more.
Right, right.
That's what Master Prophet Muhammad is trying, the type of people that he's trying to make out of us. So no, that man of 2,000 years ago is physically dead, and I joined the Masonic Lodge for a particular purpose. I am a sublime prince, and when you get into the Shriners, you can write the Pope a letter and pay close to $1 million to go view the body of Jesus in Jerusalem.
Yeah, well, I want to point
the Orthodox the Orthodox Muslims, they are, as Prophet Muhammad said in his hadith, 3 generations after him will no longer be of him. So they not of Prophet Muhammad.
Right.
They are way off, brother. They believe like the Christians believe. They believe in a mystery God. So they believe Allah can't be seen.
That's a fact. Now, I want to say I commend you for joining the lodge. Okay. So you could continue. I just want to throw that out. I want to compliment you. I commend you for joining the lodge.
Sir.
Yeah, I respect that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, our Orthodox Muslim brothers, I love the brothers, but they believe the same thing the Jews and the Christians believe. They believe in a mystery God, that you can't see Allah. But the Holy Quran says Allah hides behind a veil. You don't need to hide behind something if you can't be seen. The Holy Quran said Allah hides behind a veil. Why do you need to hide if you can't be seen? What you need a veil for if you can't be seen?
Right.
You can't see spirit. You blow my brains out, you ain't gonna see no spirit leave my body.
Yeah, you can't see a spirit.
You can't see. No, sir. But Allah is spirit. Just spirit. He's not man.
Oh, so now
but if he's not man, why do you say he, him, father? You use all these male pronouns, but he's not a male. Spirit don't have gender. Spirit don't have gender.
Okay. So
even the Bible says, Jesus says, there's no male, no female, no bond, no free. All are one in Christ.
Now, so you say Allah is a spirit. He's not male or female. Now, in the message of the black man, right? Allah is God. Like chapter 1, who is that mystery God? Part 1. And then, page 4, it says, who's that mystery God? Part 2. And then page 6, it says, is God a spirit or a man? So the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, I don't know if he separates spirit from man.
Well, you can't separate spirit from man, because then you dealing with a dead man. Spirit, in order to know spirit exists, it has to be in your and my body. Yeah, what's your name again, brother?
Unbiased Sports.
Say that again, brother.
I go by Unbiased Sports, but you know me as Ron Harrison from the dialogue we had on Facebook. So on Facebook, my name is Ron Harrison, and my YouTube channel I'm known as Unbiased Sports.
Okay, Unbiased. Okay, brother. And what do you prefer me to call you?
Either one. You can call me Ron. You can call me Harrison. You can call me Unbiased Sports.
Okay. Okay, brother Ron. Brother Ron. Our spirit is confined to us. We're not confined to the spirit. And you look talking to Sincere, but if Sincere expires and you come to my homegoing, and you looking at my body, you looking at the body of Sincere, but where is Sincere? You understand? The spirit is confined to the body. So no, you can't separate it unless it's separated through death. You understand what I'm saying? It's separated in death, because the spirit no longer is housed there, because the spirit is what gives us the movement, the consciousness, what we're speaking about. It comes from our spirit, through our mind into the brain. Because I've asked a brother, what's the difference between spirit and soul?
Okay.
I have a interpretation of it. I think soul is something you see. Spirit is something you don't see. If you look outside your door, you say, I don't see a living soul. But you go to a funeral, that's a dead soul. The sole of your shoes, that's something physical. I got soul, as James Brown said. And that's something you see. But spirit you don't see. But how you know spirit exists is by what you see. It's just like if you've never seen a picture of your father, how you know you got a father? Because you here. How you gonna come any other way? You ain't never had to know your father, been told anything about your father. No one told you anything about you having a father, but yet you got one because you here.
So, brother, I gotta ask this question right here. This is important for me. Did you write your letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right, that's all I wanted to know. Yeah. So you continue, brother. That's all I want to know.
Listen, I love Minister Farrakhan because of what comes out of his mouth. I found him to be an example. And I was nowhere in my life before he got to me.
Right.
Nowhere. And I've come a long way. I fell. And of course, I was a wild character in my 7. A few of us was wild. They even had to create another class for us we had a rebellious squad, brother. And but we were babies, and we gave the lieutenants, a hard time. Hell, I was even surrounded in Brooklyn by FOI because I was gonna get fisticuffed with a lieutenant because he wouldn't release me when I needed to be released. And but that's neither here or there. And I've come a long way, in these teachings, and I'm not biased with nobody. If people don't like Minister Farrakhan, that's on them. That's not on me.
Right.
I don't dislike you because you don't like Minister Farrakhan or you talking
that's
crap about Minister Farrakhan.
That's their personal. Right. That's personal.
Yeah, that's their personal. But I would ask them, what have you done for our people?
Nothing.
He raised me from the dead.
I'm going to answer that
question. Tell me how many you raised.
Hey, brother, Sincere, I'm going to answer that question for you. Nothing. Nothing. All right.
Absolutely. Because I go back and forth with those in Elijah Muhammad's fan club, so-called fans of Elijah.
My brother. And guess what? They did nothing either. Okay, so you can continue.
I know. I know. But I do respect Brother Silas Muhammad.
Oh yeah, no.
Because I've never heard Brother Silas say any malice things.
Nothing. Guess what, my brother? Guess what? Our Brother Silas Muhammad, he went his own way. He did his own thing. He said nothing publicly against the minister. I can respect that. He did his own.
And I'm gonna tell you, I've been close to the minister. I've held his coat and hat. I went to Africa with him, Egypt. I've never heard him say anything bad about Silas Muhammad, nor his followers.
Nothing. It's a mutual respect, brother.
Our job is just to do the work.
That's it. Look, brother. Look. When we say do their own work, really, what that means is hold up your clean glass. That's it.
Yes, sir. There you go.
That's all you can do. Present your clean glass.
And yeah, man. And I had one cat. In Elijah Muhammad's fan club bashing Minister Farrakhan, saying he's fornicating with women. I said, this man, 80-something years old, can't walk. What woman you see him fornicating with, brother? And you ain't but in your 40s. I think he was a Caucasian man appearing because he refused to put a picture of himself on Facebook or in the club.
A troll. And look, brother, when they do that, you don't give them any attention. Now, let me respond to that. The troll who's saying the minister is fornicating. Well, first of all, I need to know if that brother has an ex. Okay?
No, he don't. He's not registered.
Right. Again, okay, then his opinion shouldn't be taken serious.
No, and it doesn't. Believe you me, I shut him down. I don't even see him up there no more.
Yeah.
I told the believers in the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, let's investigate this brother. Yeah, he's slap talking and backbiting.
Yeah, hey, brother Sincere, because we don't know. He can be an Asian. He can be, anybody. Sir. He could be anybody, right? He could be a hater. He could be a black man, just a hater. So the thing is this. That's why I asked you, did you have your ex? Because that tells me a lot by that answer, okay? From your criticism.
Yes, sir.
Because what I experienced personally in my life, I'm 44 years old. What I experienced, most people who believed in the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when they don't follow Farrakhan, most of them have been kicked out the mosque. So in other words, they got motive.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They got motive. Anyway, continue.
Well, most come to these teachings for different reasons, brother. I come because I do believe the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the Christ through Scripture. And I would challenge any Orthodox Muslim to prove to me that Esau of 2,000 years ago is still physically alive. What Scripture tells you that Allah allowed a physical body? What science teaches you that Allah allows a physical body to exist for 2,000 years?
Brother Sincere, so I'm going to say what they're going to say, most likely, because we do got a brother named Hassan Muhammad who comes on here. He's Orthodoxy. But according to the Quran, Isa is not physically here. He's actually in the heavens with Allah, according to the Quran. So therefore,
okay. Now this is my question. Where is heaven? We got satellites that see other galaxies.
okay, brother, they might be stuck right there. You dig?
Okay. You know, that's what I want to. It's just like the Christians think the devil is under the ground. He a man, and we know ain't no damn atmosphere under no ground. How he gonna breathe?
Oh, no. We know that he's not in the earth crust. I think Dr. Khalid already explained that. So if anybody
follows, yeah, brother. You know, I mean, let's keep it 100. You tell me where heaven is. Tell me, and we got satellites that can spy other galaxies.
Yeah, no, my brother. If they're going that route, the heaven and hell thing, that's not gonna hold up at all. Zero.
Hey man, that like I said, I'll challenge. I would love to have I don't debate. As Professor John Henry Clark said, I only debate those who's on my level. Everybody else I teach.
But guess what, brother?
You know.
But guess what, brother? On this panel, we don't even debate.
We supposed to have a wholesome dialogue.
Right. There's no debate because you're not trying to convince anybody. They ain't trying to convince you. All they can do.
There you go.
All they can do is tell you why they have their position. That's it. And they can.
Well, my thing is, but see, if I tell you my position, I'm willing to prove it to you. If I can't prove it, then we dealing with theory.
But you know what, brother? From my 44 years on this earth, I understand proof can be there and people still just reject it.
Well, I mean, that's why they got the term Negro. You need to grow. No?
But guess what? They have a certain mind state that's not natural to them, that's been handed down, and that's just where they are.
Well, you know something? If you of Allah and Allah is universal, you're supposed to have a universal mindset.
But brother,
I'm supposed to see what you see.
Brother.
Even if and how can I disagree with you if I don't have an understanding?
Brother, in a perfect world, you would be correct. Unfortunately, we're in 2022. Unfortunately, we are in a world where you have different mind states and they're all over the place. Okay? That's where we're at.
Yeah. Well, brother, we need to strive for balance. That's what self-improvement is for. Improve oneself, not just self, your state of mind, your state of consciousness, your state of developing your own mind. Because I want to see what you see, Brother Ron, so I have a great understanding. So if I choose to disbelieve, at least I understand. At least why would I disagree with you, Brother Ron, and I have lack of understanding in what you're explaining to me?
Right.
That's to me, that's a slight illness.
So let me ask you this. Just the only personal question I'll ask you. I won't go any further. What state do you reside in?
I live in Brooklyn and I live in South Carolina.
Okay. I'm in New Jersey. You know, that's why I asked.
Okay. Yeah, I live in Brooklyn. I live in East New York, and you know, my children are in Brooklyn, and I live in a place called Starlight City.
So you're familiar with Miles number 7?
Yeah, I'm down I'm down really way down the street. We're both on Pennsylvania Avenue. You know, Mosque number 7C. Yes, but I live at the end by Belt Parkway.
I gotta ask you this: what's your opinion on the nation gods of Earth?
Those my brothers. I love them. We just lack discipline. And the thing is, we have supreme mathematics and some supreme wisdom, but what my brothers of the gods and earth lack, my brothers and sisters, they lack a theological mathematics. You
Okay.
understand? The supreme wisdom said you must obtain a theological mathematics.
Okay.
That's what the supreme wisdom teach. They know nothing about the 1 to 38, which we call the problem book.
Yeah.
See, I come from the nation of gods and herbs.
Yeah, well, my name
They
is
just lack this, huh?
I said my name is C Wisdom, so me too.
All right, that's why I'm Sincere Isalamallah.
I'm C Wisdom Allah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and I still carry my attributes. Sincere
Sure.
Allah,
Sure.
Sincere Isalamallah.
That's who you are, right? Right. So
Yeah, that's who I am.
your government name's who you
I
are,
mean, now my government name is Maurice Bey Muhammad.
but that's who you are too.
You know.
Dick. So
Yeah, that's who I am.
you are, right. That's who you are.
So but people that know me, my family, friends, everyone call me Sincere.
Okay.
Because I've had this name since I was young.
Right.
And, since I was young.
That's the name Sincere amongst the nation gods of earth is like Muhammad amongst Muslims, like or Ptolemy Indian.
Indeed. True indeed. But see, when I was given it, it's because I was sincere in my right or wrong.
Right.
But I'm more sincere in my right. That's why I was given Islam Allah. Because I'm sincere in my Islam, and we all are Allah.
Gotcha. No, definitely. That's according to lesson. Now, brother, gotta ask you the tough questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Tough questions. Okay, when it pertains, like everything about you, cool, good spirit and everything, brother, good energy. So, but again, I gotta be a journalist. I gotta be unbiased, right? So I can't be a yes man, basically.
Go ahead, brother.
Sometimes I play devil advocate to give you an argument for the opposite side, right? Whether it's Christianity or Islamic or what atheist, whatever, I'm going to give you the opposite side, right? So now, going into Yakub. So many will say this. Many will say, how is he not the devil when he's the father of the devil?
Because he's an original man, and devil is something made or grafted, like a grapefruit. A grapefruit is a devil. It's not a natural fruit. It's made from a half a seed of a lemon and half a seed of an orange. Grapefruit is not a natural fruit. That's a devil. Anything, as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, anything that you graft can be considered a devil. Yakub is not a grafted man. He's a created man. And he was the wisest of that time. He was the God of that time.
Was he sitting in the seat of Allah at that time?
He was the Allah at that time.
Right. Thank you.
He was the Allah of that time. This is why he couldn't be defeated. He had a determined idea.
So let me rewind, okay? So Yakub was playing with steel. And I'm freestyling, I'm not reading. So he understood the law of magnetism, right? The law which states that unlike attract alike. So he told his uncle, okay, I'm going to create a people that will rule you. So let's just say from that right there, he already had diabolical intentions. So nothing about him at that point is righteous. He's telling his uncle, I know I'm going to create a man who will rule you. His uncle stated, what would you make or create other than that will cause bloodshed? So his uncle understood that whatever his nephew was to produce is going to create bloodshed and confusion amongst the righteous people. Okay? Yakub did not disagree. He said, I know what you know not. Right? So
there you go.
Okay, so
in that, if Yakub knew what they knew not, Yakub knew that something would supersede what he brought forth. He knew his devil wasn't made to live forever. But you got to understand, the devil was made based on the dissatisfaction of us. There was bad deeds done before Yakub made devil? Don't you think it was a bad deed 66 trillion years ago when that brother blew up the moon and killed all those on that part?
Oh, horrible.
All those innocent people, but he's not considered a devil. See what we fail to realize, Allah is the number one killer. Now, Yakub had made something unrighteous because the dissatisfaction that was in us, which is that brown germ, had to be manifested. You got to manifest devil to show what's in the original man. And that's what Master Muhammad is working on, destroying the brown germ within us. Then he didn't get that wicked devil out of the black germ. He got it from the brown germ.
Right.
Because the black germ is of righteousness. And this is why we are called aboriginal. Because the only original man was the creator himself. We are aboriginal. This is why all aboriginal have the brown germ.
Right. So
and from that brown germ, I'm listening.
No, go ahead. Finish, please.
And from that brown germ, you make devil. You start grafting people from a people until you get to the lowest denominator to where devil is or Satan is. Because as the messenger said, devil and Satan is two different things.
Right.
Devil is anything that's grafted, or a devil is anything that's rebellious.
Yeah.
An action. But yet, Satan is a person or a people whose wickedness is not confined to themselves. Others is affected by their wickedness.
Right.
That's what makes us different. But Yakub was not a devil. He was doing his job as a god, which was recorded 8,400 years before he even came into existence. And the God of that time that recorded it could have said no.
Right.
He could have averted, because the scientists write history down 25,000 years in advance. Allah could have wrote no, this man shall not exist.
So brother, I'm glad you said that, because we had like a circle discussion, and I'm not sure once the scientists predict something, I don't believe it can be intervened. According to the teachings, I believe
the only way it can be intervened when they write it down and they bring it to the judge. And Allah, the supreme one of them, determines what's going to happen and what's not going to happen.
Even so, brother, I believe in the writings. And I
believe in the writings.
Right,
but do you think everything that's written down, Allah said, let it all be?
No, I was gonna say this. I gotta prove it, right? And I can't do it right now. I can't do it right now. But somewhere I believe that I've read that the 24 scientists can do nothing about what is written. Okay. So don't hold
not once Allah says let it be.
Even then. But don't hold me to it, because I cannot prove it. Okay.
So then if you say that, that means everything that's written down has to be done.
Yes, sir.
That's no, sir. No, sir. There's some things Allah is not going to allow in his world.
That's what I said. I can't prove it tonight.
Cause, all right, well, we can't prove it, but we can discuss, because just like some mothers may have a miscarriage. Some mothers may have an abortion. What if that in that 25,000 year writing, there was going to be a diabolical deed done? And Allah determines, no, that's not going to happen. So what we see as misfortune, Allah chooses not to allow to come in his universe, because it's not good for his universe.
Yeah, so that part.
But he chooses. I mean, I'm just going off the top of the head, brother. Right. Meaning Allah is the judge. Meaning he determines what's going to be and what's not going to be.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
And what's not going to be, whether it's written down or not, he determines whether that shall be or shall not be.
Yeah, that's a interesting perspective. Like I said, brother, another dialogue. I can,
Yes, sir.
not even dialogue.
I would love to.
Yeah, so what I would do? I would just tag you. So if I have something, I'll screenshot it and I'll just tag you
Okay.
on a Facebook. Like our current dialogue. I'll tag you in something and see what you think. You dig? And
Okay.
yeah.
Where you at in Jersey, brother?
I'm actually in Central Jersey. I'm like 15 minutes from North, so I'm like around
Okay.
Westfield. Yeah,
Okay. I'm familiar with Jersey.
yeah.
Like I said, I drive tractor trailer pretty much over the country. I come out of Brooklyn and working on buying some land down here in the South, and hopefully by April I've been on pay this truck off and get the title.
Okay.
Try to become a broker.
Yeah.
My own loads.
Yes, sir.
And the land I'm looking for is to grow organic food. I'm actually looking for land in North Carolina and South Carolina to grow organic food, starting with cabbage and watermelons and navy beans, and take a load of them to New York and
Right.
sell the organic food to the community. Because I want to see what can I give back. What can I do for my community, besides just earn money.
Right.
Give something back. Check the food prices and make it much affordable. And when I say organic, I mean organic. Hire me some people to keep it organic. Don't spray. Whatever I lose, I lose. But I want to give the people the best foods. That's me giving back. Me giving back.
So let me say this, right? Because like I said, I've been in many circles of all people of all walks of faith. So with the way they see it and the way it could be seen is that Yakub created a race of devils. Well, first of all, in the language, right? Yakub told his uncle, like I said, from the beginning, it was a diabolical plot. He never told his uncle, listen, I'm going to create a devil that's going to help the black man look at himself and purge the evil. And he didn't do that. He told his uncle, listen, I based upon this still I'm playing with, I'm going to create a man who's going to rule you, meaning black people. So based on inception of the thought, it was diabolical. And then his uncle agreed. So his uncle understood exactly how Yakub said it, because his uncle said, what would you produce other than a people who was to create bloodshed? Right. So his uncle did not understand this to be a lesson being taught. His uncle understood this to be just a terrible situation, some type of Holocaust. So Yakub doubled down. He said, I know what you know not. So in other words, I'm going to create this devil species to kill black folks. And like he really did not Yakub mouth only, not what anybody else says. We got the words of Yakub right from the story, the Mrs. Black Man, the chapter, the making of the devil. Yakub words is, I'm going to create somebody to rule you. You dig? Just like that. Not to prove a point, not to give an educational lesson. This people will rule you. And what he did was he created the devil, right? So what people would say is this. If John Gotti hired hitmen to perform hits, even though he didn't do the hits, he will still be, if found guilty, if connected with the shot caller, right? He will be found guilty along with the hitman. So the question I've been getting from people was, how is Yakub now given immunity from the hits that he?
He's not given immunity. Ain't we suffering? We Yakub people.
Right. But no, what I'm saying is this. When it comes to Yakub, the charge is he's innocent. So people like my soul say, no, he's guilty. He's probably not the devil biologically, but he's definitely the devil mentally because his plot was devilish. So how would you respond to like people who think like that?
Well, he made his people based on a dissatisfaction that was from us from the beginning. It was a 30% of the people was dissatisfied. Think about it. He took 59,999 of them with him.
Right.
You know, 30% of the population was dissatisfied, but yet 30% didn't go with him. There were still people still dissatisfied in the Holy Land. So you dissatisfied, you want to start trouble? Okay, then we go ahead and manifest that trouble for you. So he had to make these people whom he'd never seen, because he only seen the brown man, because he only lived to be 150 years old.
Right,
He
right.
ain't see no yellow man.
No, sir. No, sir.
He ain't see no white man.
No, sir.
He
No,
just knew his will was going to be. And he made devil. Now, these people that he made, you know, they were made from the nature in which they made, took all of the original out of them to rule the original. Since the original had a dissatisfaction in Allah anyway, so you made an enemy for yourself.
Right.
Not for nobody else. You know?
Well,
I mean,
nobody else was there. Wait, brother, nobody else was there. It was the original man and the red man. That was it. I said, you say he made an enemy for himself and nobody else, but at that time, nobody else was there. Everybody came through the grafting process. So basically,
what I'm saying, he made an enemy, but he did have an enemy for himself, the people who he was against, his own people.
Right.
You know, the king of that time that let him go.
So
they let him go with his people, you know, and to make his devil. Just like when our brother Shabazz 50,000 years ago wanted to make us, and they would not allow him to make us among the Holy Land. So he had to take us into the eastern jungles of Asia. That was a rebellion. But I personally believe Shabazz made us like this because I think he's seen down the wheel of time that we were going to go through slavery, and we had to be tough like this to survive. This is why they allowed it.
Yeah, go ahead, Indigenous.
Sure, brother.
I've heard a lot. I might have forgot some of the points that I wanted to make, but I heard you asking about the spirit and the soul, right? And Khalid Muhammad, he talked about that, and he was talking about the Khan, the Ba, which I think is a part of y'all's religion now, but he was talking about the Khan, the Ba, the spirit of the soul from ancient Egypt, Medunetter, so that was borrowed. And, I wanted to ask why Islam was created hundreds of years after Christianity, and it borrows from so much of Christianity and some of its prophets and things of that nature.
Islam was just given that name. Islam always have been based on the meaning, the definition of it. It just was given the name. But Islam was way before Prophet Muhammad was even a thought.
Yeah, so brother,
Prophet Muhammad met. I'm listening.
So brother, Sincere, tell him what Islam actually means. I think that will help him out.
Islam means submission to the will of God.
There you go.
That's all Islam means. It's just like if I go in a church and ask everybody, would y'all be a Muslim? And they say no, then I tell them the definition, what Muslim means. One, the individual who submit their will entirely to do the will of God. So when one say, I won't be a Muslim, all you said, I will not submit to God. Because that's what a Muslim is. That's the only thing it means. That's why we say Jesus was a Muslim, because he submitted his will entirely to do the will of God.
Yeah. So,
And in Arabic, you call that individual a Muslim.
right. So in
So
other
you, so you believe
and this,
believe that
just hold on 1 second, so you can digest what the brother says. So in other words, Muslim is just an Arabic way of saying you submit to God 100%, right? So whatever language you want to use doesn't matter. If you submit to God 100% in Arabic, you be called a Muslim. That's all the brother is saying.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just like you call Jesus in English,
Right.
and you go to Mexico, they call him Jesus.
Right. That's
just
all.
like Allah. Allah is just God in Arabic. Well, he got another name in India.
Right.
He got another name, you know. It's the same man, but different name.
Right.
And as the Bible said, God has many names, and he has a name written on his thigh that no man knew.
Right.
So you agree with
he's a spirit. He's a spirit. How a spirit have a thigh?
So you believe Khalid Muhammad when he said that all religions come from the original black man and black woman?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Okay. But when you were asking about the spirit and the soul, the Ka and the Ba is the spirit and the soul in ancient Egyptian metadata, right? So you're asking what is the spirit and the soul, and in that.
So I asked what's the difference. What's the difference between?
Well, in that speech that Khalid gave, I was just saying that's what he said. I was just telling you what he said, brother. Y'all talking about Khalid Muhammad, right?
Okay, right. What's the difference? What did he say? What was the difference between spirit and soul?
Good question. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Hold on. I kind of I'm just trying to see if I can remember. There is a difference, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Fine.
I can't. Yeah.
Well, I could give you my interpretation of the difference.
Okay,
if you look outside your window and you don't see nobody, you don't see a living soul. If you go to the funeral and you see a dead body in that casket, you looking at a dead soul. You got the sole of your shoes. And as James Brown said, I got soul. So soul is something you see.
Right.
And you see a man, how he dance, how he sing, he got soul.
Okay.
Soul is something you see, brother. It's not invisible like air.
Nah.
It's like I tell people, okay, God is a spirit. Give me a mental picture what a spirit look like. That's like giving me a mental picture of what air look like.
Yeah, well, you were the one who asked what spirit and soul is. You said, what is the spirit and soul anyway? You asked that question earlier.
We are spirit and soul. Because I'm talking to you and it's a living soul talking to you.
Right. Now you asked a question about the spirit and the soul, but I was just
I was telling Brother Ron, I asked the brother what was the difference between spirit and soul, and I personally came up with my personal concept. I could be wrong. That soul is something you see. Because if I look outside, there ain't a living soul out there. I go to a funeral, that's a dead soul laying there. I got the sole of my shoes. Why they call the bottom of your shoes sole? The sole of your shoes. The soul is something you see. James Brown said, I got soul. How you know you got soul? By what you see. How he sing, how he moves within the rhythm of the universe. The universe has rhythm, and we, the original people, move with it when we're not outside the laws of it. You know, I mean, I believe in what Brother Khalid teach. I was on his security team. I learned a lot from Brother. I remember him having the 2 Rolls Royce with Chevy engines in it. You know, me, him, and Brother David. You know, Brother David carried his books. I was on security. You can look in the 1994 Time magazine, see me in there with him.
Yeah.
You know, so
well, I mean, I was
people. I understand, but I'm gonna tell you, brother. Most people are with Khalid like they were with Malcolm after he depart from the teaching. But when Khalid was with the nation, most was scared to come near him. But when he didn't, I'm not going to say he softened up, but when he appealed to the nationalists, he was acceptable. But if you dealt with that disciplinary part of him, it would be hard for the average person to deal with him. Khalid, like myself, ate one meal a day. Khalid, like myself, prayed to Allah, who came in the person of Master Muhammad. How many of those that followed Khalid after he left the nation believed in the God Khalid believed in? I got the audio tape when Malcolm wrote Elijah and confessed on the audio tape that he always knew Master Muhammad was God. See, everybody followed Malcolm with that by any means necessary. That man only lived for 8 years. What about the 14 years he was with the nation? The nation killed Malcolm. The nation killed Malcolm. Now this damn cracker come out and tell you he did it. Ain't nobody apologizing to the nation. Everybody mouth shut. Ain't nobody saying y'all white men killed Malcolm. Y'all crackers killed Malcolm. Ain't nobody saying nothing about that.
Sincere.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Pardon my passion.
I know, no problem. I believe anybody who looked into that deeply, okay, that whole scenario deeply, I don't think they're gonna conclude that the nation killed Malcolm. I think people looking
out of 100% of the people, brother.
Yeah, I think have. Yeah, I think without looking into it deeply, but without looking into it deeply, I think you might conclude that. But yeah, so if anybody
we know, brother Ron, majority did not.
Right. So exactly. So if anybody looked at myself, I looked at it real deep. I was unbiased. I was ready to accept any result, whether they did or they didn't. And
there you go. But most didn't even read Malcolm's own words.
They didn't do that because they already came with their own agenda, you know.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even our nationalist brothers community, who I love, Brad, they even believe that when Malcolm said in his own book, it's not the nation. If the nation wanted me dead, I would have been dead because I trained them myself.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna go further. Malcolm X, in his own words, with his photographer, right? He had a personal photographer. Okay, nobody gonna know that because they didn't really look into it. He had a personal photographer who was with him, taking pictures and documenting his experiences. He said that when he went outside, when he looked outside, he seen the Nation of Islam, you know, some brothers out there like trying to intimidate him, but they would never aggress him physically or nothing like that. They would intimidate him, but they would never harm him. So that means that he felt safe, even though he was outside. He felt safe walking past them, getting in his car, and things like that. So like he never really felt threatened by the Nation of Islam presence around him. Okay, so
not at all, because Elijah Muhammad gave a direct issue, leave Malcolm alone.
Right. So most people don't know that. So most people don't know how. So the question is, how did Malcolm feel being around Nation of Islam members? You know, he never felt like his life was at stake. But when he thought the CIA was involved, that's when his true concern started to be revealed about his, safety.
Because he was poisoning. He was poisoning.
Right. Which he said no way Nation of Islam did that. Right. So he was convinced that the CIA or FBI was involved in his death plot. Right. And less likely why. Okay. Because
even the bombing of his house.
Well, the chat and panel might get mad at me.
Let me prove to you how.
Wait. Before you do that, brother. Before you do that, the chat might get mad at me and the panel. But I believe that was probably Malcolm. It wasn't the white man or Nation of Islam. That was probably Malcolm.
Think Malcolm blew his own house up with his children in there, bro?
Yes, brother, you know why?
Brother,
okay,
tell me why.
Okay, now I'm going to challenge you. Have you followed the court case between Nation of Islam and Malcolm on the house?
Some of it, not all of it.
Exactly. So you're not in a position to really.
So what I'm saying, I know the nation wanted him out.
Okay, right.
So what you said, Malcolm? Okay, if I can't have it, I'm gonna blow it up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is this, brother. If you ain't follow it, then you can't give a good opinion. You know, a good, well-rounded opinion on it. He lost.
Well, you're right, but I don't think he would put his family in that type of danger.
Okay, brother, just hear me out 1 second. Okay, so the fight on their house, Malcolm X lost in court. The Nation of Islam was awarded the house. So why would the Nation of Islam blow up their own house when they're about to get it back? So I
don't believe the nation did it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening.
My apology.
I'm saying that there was a battle in court over the possession of the house. Malcolm X lost. The house was awarded to Islam. So why would the Nation of Islam blow up a house that they're about to get back? That they could put anybody in. They're not going to do that. So now the person who lost will be the bitter one. So that's what I got from it. The person who lost will be the bitter one, not the person who won. If you get what I'm saying. But anyway.
Okay. I do get what you're saying. So in that scenario, Malcolm would have had to go outside, throw a Molotov cocktail in his house with his family in it, and then rush back into the house to get his family out.
Look, brother, you and I don't know exactly the details. All I can tell you is
we don't. And what you're saying, I can understand that. I can understand that. If I can't have it, you can't.
Exactly.
But I believe
all we know is the facts.
I believe those police state officers that was on Malcolm's security team and those 9 unidentified undercovers that was in the Audubon Barn room, that clique who probably threw that in there to make it think like it was the nation.
Brother.
Now, I will not throw out what you're saying Malcolm might have did it himself.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it can be either or.
Brother.
It can be either or.
Brother, let me ask you this. Who did the nation say bombed the house? Let me ask you that.
They said Malcolm did it.
Exactly. Okay. You dig? Now listen, my brother, the nation could have said the CIA, like what you just said.
Yeah.
They didn't say that.
Yeah.
Okay, because they felt like me. They felt like he lost position in the house. He was bitter. Okay. Now I'm not saying put his family in danger. They might have been outside the whole time. That's Malcolm X's claim. But his family could have been outside the whole time. But I don't believe that he was willing to give the house up. I believe he was bitter. He lost, and you can. If I can't have it, you can't have it. And that's my research.
I do understand with that. But what most don't realize after that, and the house got refurbished, Minister Farrakhan and his family moved in it.
Right. So
I'm saying insurance. I mean, and I'm sure you knew about insurance.
Well, no, brother. He don't get insurance. The house was not ever in his name. That was a property.
I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about. I'm sure he knows the house was insured. So if he burned it down, then we won't be able to right back up anyway. Even better.
Yeah, but no, but the person who's hurt don't care. Like, for example, when your girl busts your windows out, you got insurance. But at that point, they don't care. Like, all they care about is the difficulty, the inconvenience of getting your windows put back in. That's all they care about, right? They don't. Like, I'm sure they.
I can understand that.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
but I would have to really grip my mind.
Yeah. So, brother, you should definitely
Malcolm doing
right.
That.
So, okay, again, when somebody's hurt, right?
I do understand that, Brother Ron.
Somebody's hurt and they lost something they thought they could win. Sometimes you think irrationally. Okay, so the white man don't do everything. There's some things they'll do. So there's some things the black man would do, and the white man would just say, "Hey, good look." You know what I'm saying? So I believe that's one of those things where the white man's like, "Oh shit, all right, good look, Malcolm."
But I do believe.
But what about the brothers? What about the brothers? This is another question that I want to ask you. What about the brothers who went on? I think it was Vox or HBO or whatever from. I forget what city they said they was from, and they said that they were the ones who did it, and they.
Well,
I know what city it was. I just don't want to say it, but they went on they did a program for national television on that.
Right. So let me introduce you for one. So, brother Sincere, that's indigenous black man. So indigenous black man, what you should do, because again, I'm unbiased. I'm a journalist. Send me the link to that. I'll watch it, and I will consider that in my overall.
I would like to see that. I would like to see that myself.
Yeah. So if you could
see their faces.
Yeah. So paste that in the link. Paste that in the link because you, brother Sincere,
I'm not exactly sure how to, but I can find it and tell you which one it is real quick. I can do that.
Business, but that's what I mean by being prepared.
Let's deal with actual facts.
Yeah, exactly. So indigenous, that's what I mean by being prepared. So I'm trying to tell you about your presentation. You got to be prepared. If you say something, you got to.
If I'm doing a presentation, I will be prepared for that, brother. I just came in off the whim for this.
Okay, I got you. But listen right now, because this, you know what I mean? Because we're just building, and we're all learning from each other. What I'm saying is this: when you say something, you have to be prepared to prove it. Okay, so
with straight actual facts.
Yeah, especially something like that. I never heard of that. So that's like groundbreaking. So that needs to be like on deck, either in a file store somewhere. USB, it needs flash drive. It needs to be stored somewhere where we can get that immediately because that's groundbreaking. I never heard of that.
I mean, because I'm sure all three of us, and those that's on this panel, I'm sure we've seen the new Netflix Who Killed Malcolm X.
Well, and that's why I say anybody who did any real investigation, I find it hard for them to conclude that the Nation of Islam did it.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at that old video when the police officer said, we have 2 men in custody. But then when you look at the newspaper that following day, that clipping, it says 1 man been apprehended. But yet the police officer said we have 2 men in custody. What happened to that other man?
Yeah.
I mean, that's on video.
So going back to how things are done lawfully, because by the way, brother Sincere, I don't teach. I share information on the concept. Everything you said earlier, civil liberties, civil law, Bill of Rights. I do that on this channel.
Okay.
So with that being
like
said,
to sit in on the Bill of Rights.
Right. So anyway, so when they have 2 men in custody. And custody doesn't mean you're charged. It doesn't mean you're found guilty. They can let you go. So that doesn't mean that they have to have 2 apprehended. So those wordings don't mean much. They can let him go after interrogation. They can let him go and feel like he has nothing to do with the crime scene, and they could keep him going. Okay, so I just want to put that.
But I would say this as a member of the nation. We would go to Newark Mosque, FOI.
Mosque.
We would go to Connecticut. We would go to certain regional mosques. Of course, we used to have regional FOI classes. We get to know brothers in different states. There's no way in the world, brother, if you in Newark and I'm in New York and we went on 2 different sides and I came in a place and no longer with you, that you won't know my face up front. You understand? We know FOI when we look at them. So there is no way, no brothers on Malcolm's security team that left with him would not know them brothers from Newark. There is no way, brother, and I'm telling you as an FOI, because there's no way, because we attend classes, we interact, we soldier together. We go on security details together. We ain't just passing by Salam Alaikum and keep them. No, we conversate.
No, brother, I had no problem with that. That indigenous black man. So I heard out Sincere. You heard me out. What do you got lastly to say about that? I want to hear you out.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sitting here trying to find this. I think it's on Netflix.
What's your overall conclusion on the whole Malcolm X, who did it, who got arrested. What's your overall conclusion on that?
I believe that, however it happened, I believe that, you know, the CIA and the FBI or whoever, you know, who was that little dude with the glasses that was gay and was going after the blacks back then, you know, going to pro and all that.
Yeah, go you mean.
Yeah. You know, all that. Just like I've been saying, they're all in cahoots. And unbiased, you should already know how I feel about that, you know. And COINTELPRO is, you know, that keep from having another black messiah pop up. You know what I'm saying? So basically, that's one of the things in COINTELPRO. So, you know, I think it was the government who was behind it. You know, even if they didn't do it, whoever they paid, you know, the trail always leads back to them. I guarantee it. Because you have a brother who's out here, you know, enlightening people, even though, you know, you might not believe in all the things that he said. He was making you feel good about yourself and giving you history that, you know, empowered you. And that's what knowing your history does. And him, you know, enlightening us in the Nation of Islam, you know, through the Nation of Islam. So they've done a lot, but when it comes to the guys who want to step out, like Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X, you know, they get a little bit bigger than the movement, and it seems like they don't want that. And, you know, these brothers always end up getting kicked out. You know what I'm saying? So, two strong brothers right there in a nutshell that, you know, I don't know for what reason they would be kicked out. You know, when you...
Well, let's straighten that out right now, brother. Neither
one. Bro, you went somewhere. You went somewhere far, bro.
Both of them voluntarily left. It wasn't kicked out.
Right.
Malcolm case, Malcolm just was suspended for 90 days, and in those 90 days, he determined to depart from the nation. As he said in video, I decided that I can help the nation more outside of the mosque than I could in. Brother Khalid, he chose to start up the new Black Panther because brother is a straight revolutionary, a black stallion that nobody could ride but Farrakhan, who was his direct teacher and who Khalid directly taught me.
Yeah, but Father,
on a lot of things. But he didn't leave the nation. I mean, Khalid wasn't kicked out of the nation. Khalid decided to leave there. He lost his position when he just became a regular FOI like us. But what the truth be told, in Malcolm's case, in Khalid's case, there was brothers in the nation jealous of Khalid. And when you come to New York, brother, we're going to try your ass. Excuse my French. Excuse
go ahead, brother.
Bad English.
Late night.
Baby language. And you're going to be tried. There were so many ministers that Minister Farrakhan sent to New York, and they couldn't hold. They couldn't hold. Brother Abdullah, Brother Kareem, Brother Khalid. A lot of brothers came to be minister. You come to New York, you best to be ready. You understand? Because you got to understand, brother, New York is the heartbeat of the nation. Chicago is the brain, but New York is the heartbeat. We are trained very hard in New York, and you best to be ready. But you get a lot of those, excuse me, Allah, them weak-ass ones who click up and come at you. You understand what I'm saying? And then you may wind up being like the man in the Quran who did not have the patience to follow, who Moses didn't have the patience to follow this man, you know, who put a hole in a boat of a good man, you know, who built the wall from a people who wouldn't feed them. You have to take a lot from our people, brother, to be successful. You have to take a lot.
Well, let me ask you this.
And a lot of it is unfair, but you got to take, as Master Muhammad told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you must take plenty.
So let me ask you this, right? Because you said a couple of things. You said that there were those who were jealous of Minister Malcolm X and the National Representative Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? So what measurements can be taken to avoid or put a stop to like the jealousy and the self-hatred of ministers who are more qualified than the masses? Because that seems like that's
what meant. I'm gonna answer your
over and over and over.
Well, you know what it is, brother. Each individual must do what Master Fraud Muhammad told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad do. Take plenty. Those that couldn't take it gave up. They gave up. They couldn't take it. Just like Minister Conrad Muhammad, who was a serious minister. He was tried. And it was our trial as well when Minister Farrakhan put Ben Chavis or Chavis bin Muhammad over the mosque.
Right.
It wasn't just Conrad trial. That was our trial too. How the hell you gonna bring some Christian minister who still believe in a mystery God, don't believe Master Muhammad is God, and put him over the flock? Brother, that was a trial for us. Khalid didn't make it. A lot of brothers didn't make it.
Why do you believe Dr. Khalid? I want to get your opinion. Why you didn't believe Dr. Khalid made it?
Well, Dr. Khalid? You mean Brother Khalid? Why he didn't make it? Because see, Brother Khalid, he didn't have patience to take bullshit. He'd rather fuck you up or shoot the shit out of you to get you out the way. He ain't got time for that. He didn't have the patience. Brother Khalid, he had the patience for that bullshit, and neither do I.
So, do you think Dr. Khalid was off base at some point?
Was off base?
Yeah, like out of control.
No, I don't think he was out of control. I just think he took his licking and couldn't keep ticking. And at some point, he felt stifled. But not being stifled, but was given with all that fire he had. Your fire must be tamed in order to burn well. You don't want a wildfire. You want a tame fire. But the only, I think, where Brother Khalid did go wrong at King College, and I did look at the video, is he was mean-spirited in teaching the truth. And you can't be mean-spirited representing God, brother. Can't do that. That's the only thing I found faulty in his presentation. Now, he was 100% right. I said it then and got slack for it.
Right.
And I'll say it now. Because I stand on my square and I'm willing to die on what I believe.
You mind if I add this right here in? Well, okay, so when people say mean-spirited, right? Like, how do you judge that? Because when the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan made his statements about Jewish people and the LGBT community, that was also taken as mean-spirited. You know what I mean? So
no, it was. See,
wait. Don't say no, because it was taken as that. It not from the nation.
It was taken as that.
Right.
But examine the speech and look at him. What I mean, look at him, how he delivered it.
Right. The Jewish community, look, brother, what I'm trying to say is this. When he gave his speech, the Jewish community, the LGBTQ community, took it as mean-spirited collectively. They did not welcome the speech at all.
Okay. Of course, you ain't gonna. It's just like if you tell unadulterated truth about me, brother, and I don't necessarily want to be seen in that light. I'm gonna say what I have to say to defend,
right,
you
and
know,
that's
or say against you
thank you,
what I feel that will hinder or
thank
make
you,
you look a little sideways.
thank you, and that's my point
But
about
either way, it was offensive to somebody.
right,
So it was
Well,
offensive.
brother,
That's
right.
let's put
that's
it
That's the
this
being
point.
way.
offensive.
Only time you should be offended when there's falsehood added to it. You
So,
shouldn't be offended with truth.
so brother, what was the falsehood in what Dr. Khalid said?
No, what I'm saying, mean-spirited and falsehood is two different things.
Right, but
The
in this,
delivery,
I
how he
got you.
was delivering it, how he
Brother
was
Sincere,
delivering it was like, listen what I'm saying. When I say
I hear you totally.
mean-spirited, there was no mercy,
I got you.
in delivering the word of God. No, not just what he said. It ain't what he said, brother. It's how you do it in the spirit that you in.
I'm
You
with
can
you,
be you can be passionate with it.
right?
Be passionate with it. But you can't be mean
Right, brother.
representing God, brother.
Brother, I understand you 100%. What I'm saying is when the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan delivered his message in regards to the LGBT community and the Jewish community, right? What you just said, they took all that as mean spirited collectively. They rejected the information. They said he was
Okay.
a bigot, anti-Semitic, and mean-spirited. So the same charge that was put on Dr. Khalid Muhammad was also put on the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
True. Well, it's like this. Of course, they're going to say it because those people aren't representing God. LBG ain't representing God. The Jews ain't representing God, doing the deeds that they're doing and allowing those who carry themselves as a pillar of Judaism or a pillar of the Jews representing a people. They not pointing out the truth or pointing out wrongdoing or trying to straighten each other out. They're not carrying the spirit of God, or you would see it through their deeds and actions. I've heard a lot of criticism about Minister Farrakhan from old followers, Orthodox Muslims, nationalists, but I've never heard none say Farrakhan stole this from me. Farrakhan lied to me about this. Farrakhan did this to me. Farrakhan said this to me. I've never heard none of them old timers say something. They just don't agree with his words and what he done, what he's doing. But I've never heard any of the old timers say that that Farrakhan wronged them, or stole money from them, or tricked them, or lied to them. I've never heard it, brother.
Yeah, so the same could be said about Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X. They didn't lie or steal money and those things. Like
Right.
those are not the behaviors of FOI.
But Malcolm X never did nothing in a mean-spirited way when he was representing the teachings, meaning when he was teaching about God.
I got you. And but this is what I'm trying to tell you, that what can be perceived as mean-spirited is subjected to the person that's making the rule on it. Because
to the victim.
right.
It can be, but you yourself must have that spirit of God in you in order to point out something that's mean-spirited. Now, you can be a devil and say something that's mean-spirited, but you can't be a devil your damn self in your devilish actions and point out a mean spirit. That's like a skillet calling the pot kettle black.
Yeah, so
let me give you an example. One of the reasons why I came on here. Hold on for a second. Let me give you a reason why, for example, I come on here is because you keep on saying false God and Christianity is false and all this. Like I said, it's hundreds of years before Islam, and you're taking the teachings of Christianity and the prophets and all that. So you're sitting here calling it a false religion. So what you're doing is calling Islam a false religion because it stems off of Christianity. And
well, I
another
would
thing,
say this.
wait a minute, one more thing. And another thing, when it doesn't matter. Like if somebody was to say something about the Nation of Islam, and they could feel like they're coming from their heart, but it still could offend some of the members. So, like Gumbias is saying, it's not about what you think or how you feel about what the message says. It's about how it affected that person who is the victim, or the person who's saying that it offended them.
Even if
that's
it's
what's
true.
being said.
Okay, I understand that, but with Christianity coming before Islam, but yet Christianity came after Jesus. So we can't attach Christianity to Jesus, just like you can attach Islam to Prophet Muhammad, but that's in name only because Islam was before him. But how people perceive it, that's hurt. I only can say like this, as Malcolm said, if you take a rock and throw it in a pack of dogs, the only one who's going to holler is the one that got hit.
But,
so,
but when you have an Old Testament and a New Testament to go along with your Christianity, then, I mean, the Old Testament's way older than Islam, and the New Testament is older than Islam. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not the hurt dog. I'm telling you that you're taking off of Christianity and then you're downing it at the same time. So Christianity is a part of your religion.
I'm not.
Hold on, wait a minute. You cannot take out a part of your religion now. If it's a part of your religion, you can't take it out now because it fits. You got to leave it there. It's a part of your religion, and if you take it out of your religion is not a whole anymore. It's as simple as that.
Let me ask you this. Who made Christianity our religion? Did Jesus do that?
It was the followers of Christ.
But no, we follow Christ. We don't follow his followers. We follow Christ.
Right.
Did he do it?
Yeah. The Christianity, the word for lack of a better term, that's the one that I use. But yeah, I see where you're coming from.
No. He has a different question.
Let's put it this way. In Acts 10, Paul and Barnabas assembled for a year in Antioch, and there is where they were first called Christians. I quote, the disbelievers in Jesus.
I've already told him about
followers,
that. Acts 13:1. Acts 13:1. Barnabas and all that. I've already told him about that. There you go.
But Paul never met Jesus.
Right.
Jesus was long dead before Paul came along.
Right.
No, he wasn't. It was only 20. No. Wait a minute. Hold on. You're wrong. Because Paul was at the Council of Nicaea. See, this is where it all comes together here.
Jesus was not alive during the Council of Nicaea.
Wait a minute. Paul was at the Council of Nicaea 25 years after Jesus died. And Simeon hailed Jesus and said, this is Simeon out of the Old Testament, hailed Jesus and said, my work is done. So all of them was right there at the same time as Jesus. And this was like the Council of the Council of Jerusalem, when they was bringing all the Gentiles. The Jews was coming together with the Christians. Everybody was coming together with the Christians, even the Persians, over in Lower Asia, where they had the 7 churches of Asia. Yeah, over there, 7 Christian churches of Asia. So they all was coming together at that time.
Still, Jesus wasn't a Christian.
So then Islam is a translation off of all of that.
Indigenous.
Brother, I don't
add something here.
I'm listening, brother.
Indigenous. You mentioned Christians. Okay. You said the word Christians. What the brothers, if you just listen. When Jesus was around, there were no Christians. Christians appeared after he was crucified. That's what he's trying to tell you.
That's what I said.
Okay, so listen. So at this point, you got to listen. Okay, because you're given a different time period. That's all he was saying. He's saying when Jesus was around, there were no Christians. When he got crucified.
Okay, but I'm giving you the early founders of Christianity, who are Paul, Peter, Simeon, and those people that we're talking about.
Indigenous, you're giving a separate argument that's not being argued tonight. You're doing that.
Okay.
You're giving something we're not even talking about. The brother made a point. He just saying that.
But y'all said that they weren't around when
brother,
Jesus was there.
brother,
They came
you
on
gotta,
way
you
after.
gotta
That's a
look.
lie. That is
Brother,
a lie.
Brother, do you want to listen or you want to just argue?
Well, I'm just clearing up the lie. That's what I'm doing.
So you might want to listen before you clear up a lie. He's saying the nation Islam, they don't follow Christianity because that came after Jesus. He's saying that they follow the works of Jesus. Do you get that?
Huh?
Okay. So anything deal with Christianity, they got nothing to do with that. That's something Christians got to deal with. They focus on Jesus and before him, not after.
Anything after Jesus.
Yeah, that's something different. That's all. That's all.
Nowhere in the Bible will Jesus said, "I'm a Christian," because that he was not a Christian.
He said he was a Jew.
Number one. There you go. But yet his mother Mary was from Egypt. And the only reason that they were in that area because her father built temples. Now, I believe in Jesus of 2,000 years ago. There's no doubt. He was a great man, a good man, a God-fearing man. I believe in him. And you can't be a Muslim unless you believe in Jesus. And in the Holy Quran, he's called the Messiah. Jesus, son of Mary, the Messiah. But that which,
So who is the fake God you're talking about?
The who?
Who's the fake God?
The fake God I'm talking about is the God that you can't give me a mental picture of, a mystery God that has no physical body, that you can't describe him, when yet he's supposed to be a man. When Adam heard the footsteps of God walking in the Garden of Eden, God spoke to Moses face to face as one talking with a friend. He gave Adam direct instructions in his face, don't eat of that tree. God, in the book of Habakkuk, God came from Teman and the Holy One from Mount Paran, which are two mountain ranges in Arabia. But yet he ain't no man. When you say he, him, Lord, Father,
brother
all
Sincere.
these male pronouns.
Brother Sincere, that, like I told you.
That's the mystery God I'm talking about.
Brother Sincere.
That's the...
Brother,
yes, sir.
I mean, but y'all share the same
Wait,
story.
hold on. I'm the host here. Wait, hold on. Let's relax. Brother Sincere, Indigenous. That's a separate podcast right there.
Okay. Got you. Put me back on the podcast.
That's totally off topic.
Line me back up. Line me back up, brother Ron. Line me back up.
That's a totally separate. That's like a 3
I got you, brother. Line me back up with this one.
Yeah, so we can deal with that another day, right?
I got you. I got you.
Oh man, that's something to you because again,
I got. But he mentioned about fake God or
yeah. So something like that. Yeah, that's
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying,
brother. What we call that?
I'm just explaining who God is.
Brother Sincere,
I got you, brother Ron.
Sincere, what we call that on this podcast a rabbit hole. Okay,
I got you.
That means to change the subject. We ain't doing that tonight.
I got you.
Indigenous.
Well, line me back
right.
up.
Yeah.
Line me back up with what we dealing with.
Yeah. So let me tell Indigenous, if you want to set up a different dialogue on that, we can set up that with you and the brother Sincere. Y'all can talk about Allah or God. Is he a spirit or a man? Right. And we can focus just on that only.
Yes, sir. I would love to.
And we can talk about that. But right now,
I would love to.
Tonight,
Can I say one thing real quick before y'all go before we get away from this?
If it's Sincere, I mean, Indigenous, my brother, peacefully, I don't want to deal with that at all. I don't want to deal with that.
I got you, brother. Line me back up with tonight's topic.
That's not today's subject.
Line me back up with tonight's topic.
That's a different rabbit hole. We could have a whole.
I got you.
Right, Indigenous. The brother said the brother accepted that dialogue on a different day, maybe tomorrow or whenever he's free.
Yes, sir.
No,
that's
but
fine,
tonight,
brother. That's fine.
That's not going to happen, and I don't want to keep going on that because
I
we're
got
going.
you. Let's deal with what we're dealing with tonight, brother.
Yes, sir. Because I already got a theme, and we really is getting late. The brother got things to do. You got things to do. I got things to do. It's getting late. It's 11:30 p.m. on the East Coast. So I'd rather just deal with what I want to talk about tonight. So we tackle Yakub.
Let's get to it.
We talk about other things, and God was mentioned a bunch of times. Even now, God was mentioned. So since we're mentioning God,
get to it, brother.
We're mentioning God. Now I got it. So of course, in all belief systems, there are very controversial subjects. So the nation Islam got theirs also, and one of them, right? So most things people can like understand and agree with, like do for self, right? Protect the black woman. Most people agree with that. Estate separation, like black folks will probably agree with that. But there's a couple of things that Islam teach that shocks the world. Okay. And one of those things, before we all get off tonight, one of those things is that Allah was self-created. That shocks the world, because the world pretty much believed that God, Allah, was here always, eternal. So when there's a teaching that comes about saying no, he was self-created, that shocks the world. So my brother, would you want to go ahead and just explain that?
Allah, I do. Well, I would say, based on my studies, brother, Allah is self-created, but he is eternal. He always have existed. But when we say create, in whatever form he was in the beginning, we would say the atom of life. When did it start taking activity? When did he create brain? You understand what I'm saying?
Wait.
When did
he? Let's back up. Let's do it one at a time. Okay, you mentioned the atom of life. Okay, so was the atom of life here before Allah?
He is that atom.
Good. Okay, no problem.
That atom.
Brother, no problem. Okay, so
but what we mean in creating, when did that atom start taking on activity?
Right. So we
don't deal. We say eternal. The eternal part comes because there's no time for it.
Right.
No one
brother,
there
I'm with you.
to calculate.
Brother, I'm with you. So if Allah is indeed the atom of life, then he is eternal, because the teaching says that the atom of life was always there. You dig?
Yeah.
The atom of life don't have a beginning, right? So that means the atom of life if Allah's the atom of life, then he is eternal. Okay. So now his form isn't eternal. The form, the physical form he decided to take on is not eternal. There's a date to that, and that's 78 trillion years ago. Okay.
Well, no, it was even before that, but we can't necessarily give a date for it, brother.
But the further they can go back, right. Because, brother, what I can do for you is that I can pull up Sinceere Has Arrived, chapter 11, verse 25.
Well, I know it goes back to 78 trillion years.
Right, and that's what I said. So that's what I said. So what I'm saying is this. I know this stuff. Okay, I got the literature. Okay. So the most Muhammad said that he definitely gave a date on, like, he didn't give a date on the birth record of the black man, but he did give a date on the self-creation of Allah. He said 78 trillion years ago. I could read it verbatim from Sinceere Has Arrived, chapter 11, verse 25. I can do that for you right now.
You said 70, and please do that. You said he created his physical self 78 trillion years ago?
Yeah, I got you right here. I'll do it right now. So here we go. Yeah. So the one thing about me is that I am a guy who reads a lot. And not.
Yeah, I do too, brother. Yeah. I just happen to have the truck now. My library is in Brooklyn, so most stuff I'm coming from. Well, brother, I'm coming from the top of my dome.
Well, guess what, my brother? I'm coming on top of the dome and what's in front of me. So my library is ready.
Please do.
So
when I hit Savior's Day in February, I got to make sure,
Yeah, no problem.
I'm listening, brother. And I appreciate it, brother Ron.
Of course. So
to the other brother, I appreciate, and I love your passion in what you're teaching and what you was explaining. And I'm sure there's a lot I probably can learn from you, dear brother. I didn't catch your name, by the way, brother.
Indigenous black man. He goes by Indigenous black man.
Indigenous black man, brother, indigenous. And I'm sure there's a lot I can learn from you because God, Allah, whatever name you want to give the creator or give God, he didn't just come give one people truth. He gave everybody some. Because everybody, no one person can hold all of his truth, not unless he directly give it to you. So we all have.
Hold on, if we believe the Bible too, he split us up by language. Remember Nimrod, so you could call him God and they could call him Allah, but we're talking about the same person. I said that before.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. But like I said, I'm sure there's some things that I can learn from you. I choose as a follower, a follower and a believer of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad under the leadership of Minister Farrakhan to not be narrow-minded. Brother Khalid taught me not to be narrow-minded. If you call yourself God, you got to be a universal thinker. Yeah. So I must listen to what you say, brother, from the biblical perspective and see what you see and study what you explain to me and take what God wants me to have from it to teach others. So by no means because we might have a disagreement, because most disagreements are based on the lack of understanding or we choose not to understand. But if we decide to try to understand each other, we'll get to the meat of anything. I don't like division. I don't like that we silence Muhammad. I don't like that division shit.
Yeah.
I don't like, those of us who believe in God, particularly when we are the same people. I don't care about your religion, brother. All I care, you my brother.
Yeah.
That's all I care. You my brother.
Right.
And we got the same enemy.
So let me do this right here. Yeah, I don't think he would disagree with that. So we're at chapter 11. This is Our Savior Has Arrived. We're at paragraph 32. Okay, this is not the beginning of it, but this is in the paragraph. He says, think it over. He says, building itself up, just turning in darkness. He's talking about the atom of light. He says, think it over, building itself up, just turning in darkness, making its own self. He said, let's go into it. He said, do I have proof of this? Yes, sir. He made himself into total darkness. Total darkness. Okay, that's the darkness he made himself in. Total darkness. He said that there was no birth record of the black man. Okay. And therefore, none can say how old the black nation is. We're talking. So now he went from the atom of life, which is different than the black man. So he said atom of life is spinning, turning, whatever. And then he said the birth record of the black man. So let's not mix the two up together. Okay. So then he says the black nation. Nobody knows how old that is. Okay. He said as far back as he said a record has been kept. So my brother Sincere, a record has been kept. Not of the black nation, but of something else. He said a record has been kept. It dates 76 trillion years. So I was right. We have a date, but guess what? These 76 trillion years were divided in periods of 6 trillion years beyond 6 trillion years, which would make the said figure 76 to be 78 instead of 76. So I was right. We're dealing with 78 trillion years. He said there is a record of this. There is not a record of the black nation, the black man, but there is a record of Allah creating himself. He said, I will not go into the finer details here. I hope to go into details and analysis of our Lord's Master Muhammad teachings to me in a book entitled Black and White. So we do have a date.
Okay, I agree with that date.
Okay, cool.
But how long will you tell me that atom that started churning, started churning
Okay.
78 trillion years?
No. So what? No, what he's saying is that it started turning 78 trillion years ago.
Okay.
That's what we point out. Now we got a date. So we do have a date, 78 trillion years. That's the date of the atom of life producing brains and self-creating. Now, a brother asked yesterday, and I could not answer his question, so maybe you could. So the question was, did the woman also self-create from the atom?
Well, after Allah created, I was taught, after Allah created himself, he found his second self, which was woman, because man possessed the X and Y chromosome. So he created himself from the womb of space, and from his own womb, he made woman.
Okay.
He was his first creation after himself.
So, brother, so let me ask you this. So, did the woman self-create, or did the first Allah create the woman?
Allah created the woman. She was his first creation, not man.
Okay, good. So, with that being said, because it is going on 12 a.m., I would like to stop right there.
Okay.
And go no further. Brother, if you're willing, right, I will text you, I'll hit you up. Let me know your next availability, and we will continue from that point. But I don't want to hold you over. You came on, but I thank you. It was a late invitation. I don't want to. It's 11:45 a.m. p.m. I'm sorry, p.m. I don't want to hold you over till 3, 4, 5 a.m. Right, brother? I normally don't go live this late. Okay, I do it normally like 8 o'clock.
Okay, well, brother, when it comes to these teachers, I can stay up to the crack of dawn.
Yeah, but brother, I'm getting sleepy. But brother, I'm getting sleepy. Yeah.
I got you, brother. Well, brother, get your rest. Get your rest, brother. And may Allah bless both of you, brothers.
Yeah.
May the universe bless both of you, brothers. And I look forward to a future healthy dialogue.
Yes, sir.
And wherever, because see, as the Bible says, Jacob wrestled with the angel. So let's wrangle, brother. Let's wrangle and get to the truth of things, and let us all come out with something greater than we came in with.
Right.
That's the key. Come out better than when we came in.
So brother, so even when you called in, like you caught me by surprise. I was on the phone already. So when you called in, I'm like, oh my God, because I didn't hear anything back from you. So you actually called in.
Yeah.
You caught me off guard. So I was like, oh, I had to stop what I was doing, and I quickly accepted your invitation.
I appreciate it, brother. I had to the store because I have to do so much because I stay out on the road 2-3 months at a time.
Okay.
So whenever I get a moment, and I might have forgot something at the grocery store, and in this case, I forgot my Haagen-Dazs ice cream, that I take on the road with me.
Right.
And I don't know if anybody ever told you, brother, you kind of sound like Brother Rizza Islam.
Really?
Your voice pitch. Yeah, brother.
That's the first I heard that.
Yeah, brother. Your words, how you pitch your words is similar to Brother Rizza Islam.
Yeah, thank you, bro. That's the first I heard that. So now,
yes, sir.
Let me ask you this: are you working tonight?
No, I'm not working tonight. I'm going when I get off the phone with y'all, brother. I'm gonna get some rest.
Good.
Because I did go to the laundromat and get up tomorrow and put my clothes in the
brother.
truck.
I was gonna feel guilty. Like if you were working, I would have felt obligated to stay on the phone with you so you could to make your work easier as you drive. You dig?
No, brother. I'm not going back to work to Monday or Tuesday because I'm trying to hit Navy Credit Union so they can cut a check so I can buy this truck from these crackers so I can do my own thing instead of making $3,000 a week. I'm trying to make 9 to 15 a week on my own.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I don't work for them. I'm in contract with them.
Right. Of course.
But in order for me to buy the truck, I got to pull their loads.
Right.
And
And
I done
of course,
seen all of America,
and brother, and that's what I tell the average worker, right? Even a 9 to 5er, I say, listen, you are a contractor also. You are soliciting your labor for a pay that you agree to.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. But I'm trying to fire them, brother.
Yeah, brother.
I'm trying to fire them.
Put yourself in a more powerful position, and I commend that.
Yes, sir.
So again, I can't, say it enough. I normally when you called in, I normally don't go late. That I don't go live that late. Okay, I took you because I invited you, but I didn't know you were still interested. So when you called in, you caught me off guard, and I took you anyway. But brother, normally when I go live,
and brother, this is my first time ever doing something like this.
Wow. Right.
I don't interact on YouTube, and I ain't really a technical guy. If you didn't say that phone number and they tell me what to do, I wouldn't know how to. I barely know how to face chat. My daughter have to show me things like this, man. This is my first time ever coming on something like this.
Well,
and of course, my antennas went up. My antennas went up when you said you was a journalist. So I'm like, okay, let's see. Allah just guide me with truth and let him do with it what he want to do with it. But truth is truth. I had some fun with this. I shared some things with you that I never shared with anyone before.
And I appreciate that.
And may Allah bless you, brother, and continue doing a great job that you're doing, man.
This is Black Man.
Continue doing a great job that you're doing. And on that note,
as you can see, as a true journalist, I made sure that I'm aware of the subject, Like, I'm not somebody clueless asking you questions. I'm actually well studied on what I'm asking you,
Talking to me? I heard you saying this is Black Man.
Yeah, no, I was saying, I hope both of you are blessed by whoever you pray to.
Yeah.
I pray to the same. If that brother pray to the supreme being, I pray to the same God he prayed to. We just might call them different names, but ain't God is God.
Yeah.
Some of us might have inner details, but God is God, and I look at you, brother, as being God. You might not be the supreme being, but you are a God, as Psalms 82 says. You are all gods, children of the Most High God. So when I want to see God, I look at you. I want to talk to God, I call you. But if I want to tap into that eternal one, I read his word, whether it's Bible or Quran. And when I want him to talk to me, I read his word. When I want to talk to him, I pray.
Yeah, I think you and Indigenous Black Man got more in common than you don't. Like, for example, do you believe in global depopulation?
Oh yeah, brother. You read the stone tablets in Georgia? Oh, you read the stone tablets in Georgia, brother? They eating you up, man. They trying to eat us up. I already got my case of Paximune, vitamin D, C, zinc. I ain't playing out here, brother, 'cause I'll go after the babies, man. I'm trying to teach them. So I try to stay as healthy as I can, brother. And I was 235 pounds, and now I'm down to 180.
All right.
And I'm on that one meal a day, and I don't eat all that bull crap. Only reason I eat that Haagen-Dazs is it ain't got but 6 ingredients in it.
Brother, good job.
Yes, sir. I appreciate both of you, brothers. I appreciate both of you, and I look forward to having a dialogue and talk with you again, and get greater understanding of where both of you are coming from.
Yeah.
So I can learn.
Yeah.
I love learning. Hell, I listen to a 2-year-old or a 100-year-old if I can learn something.
Right. So I'm gonna definitely keep in contact with you. Like I said, tomorrow, if you're available, I will, hit you up. I will tag you early early evening. I'll tag you if you're busy, no problem. but I will send an invitation if you're available. Then we'll continue from the last question I asked you. I got a good memory, so I will know what I asked you. Okay. So with that being said, brother,
Can I close out real quick?
guys, what'd you say?
Can I close out real quick?
Wait, not yet. Because I got to deal with Sister Amber first. So the brother is free to leave, and then you could get it closed out. So, brother Sincere, I will be contact you on Facebook. I'll be tagging you, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Good meeting you too, brother, and peace to you, brother. I don't know how you officially greet, but the greatest greeting is peace. Because there's nothing in my heart, in my mind, or in my hand to offend you.
Yes, sir.
All right, brother.
Only peace to you, brothers.
Peace.
Amber, unmute your goddamn mic, Amber. Anyway, go ahead, Indigenous.
Well, I was just, saying that, my objective on life is trying to bring everybody together and show how where it all came together and when, what time. And that's why I dwell on the council, and I saying bring the Old Testament and the New Testament together, because, like I said, Simeon is one of the characters.
But you got to be patient, brother. Like, you be introducing ideas that we're not even talking about.
Well, you are talking about him, but he's talking about him. I was talking about when he was going against Christianity, and I was saying how, before all that, how everything was brought together. What I'm stating is that I'm not against anybody's religion or how they believe. You know what I'm saying? And I do my research. When people tell me things, I go back and do my research. You know what I'm saying? Like he says, we can learn from each other, but I think it's all about coming to a common ground. We should stop arguing, for right and wrong, and we should be arguing for building. No, I'm not saying it's just us. I'm talking about the whole community. I'm biased, building to come to some type of common ground where, we all can agree on it and then move on to the next subject, because it seems like we get stuck. But yeah, the brother put it down tonight, and I appreciate you letting me come up. And I'll holler at y'all later on.
No. Don't try to sneak off. So for example, the reason why I want the brother to leave, and we'll talk later on, because I didn't want to sometimes you have company and you don't want to keep them in there too long. So I believe like we talked enough. You know what I mean? I believe the next subject would have been 3 more hours. So I said, you know what, let's end it right there with him. Where the terminology is wear out your company. So I didn't want to wear out my company. So I said, you know what? We talked about a lot, and let's end it right there. Because the next subject was self-creation. That's going to go to another 3-4 hours. I said, you know what? Let him off the hook, and he'll come back tomorrow or another day. But Stu pieces on. You stay on. I want to smoke with Amber. Amber said,
wait a minute. First of all, you will never say, "Let me deal with Sister Amber right quick." You'll never say that.
Let me address Amber.
let me deal with Sister Amber right quick. What the fuck on? I said, ooh, I was trying to let IBM finish, but that was burning my ass. What the fuck on?
So why can't be a journalist, Amber? Come on, tell me why I can't.
I didn't say you couldn't be a journalist, but it's the fact you know what the fuck you was doing. Gonna tell that man you a journalist and get him on a goddamn show. You know what you was doing. I can imagine what that resume looked like. Ooh. You probably put that shit on your resume. Journalism.
Every man with a camera is a journalist.
His name's impeccable.
Let you know that every man with a camera is a journalist.
Yeah, I can apply for the president of the United States. I wanted to. The way my resume looks.
Oh, I bet. You president of SCC. Shit.
You dig?
He president of the FCC. Shit.
Hey, yo, man. Look, white folks do it all the time. So I'm right there with them competing.
I see. Shit.
No shame either. I don't apologize. If they sniff me out, oh well. Bye. Bye, Felicia.
Don't be acting like
Larry
you
King
walk
of
away.
our
Bye,
community.
Felicia.
Yeah, word up. Like if they sniff me out, oh well. Like how the fuck I want, like how I'm gonna know either or. Like you know what I mean? So you gotta try.
So question, how was he? I just came on. I just came on. How was he? I, you see the mature Muslim men or the mature Nation of Islam men, the men in them 50s, they're more engaging in a conversation.
Yeah.
I get that from that dude. He was engaged. The 2 minutes I hear, he wasn't easily flustered. He stands strong in his belief.
Right.
And he's willing to answer questions to the best of his ability. That's the people we want. We don't want somebody hiding and joking and jabbing and throwing jabs on everybody.
I'm gonna be honest, Stupies. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. I'm a little delirious, but it wasn't like a interview. It was more like a spotlight. You know how like you just spotlight somebody and let them, get a chance to talk out their views. Unbiased didn't really do a whole lot of questioning or like scrutinizing the doctrine. It was more so like an introduction for him to kind of share his perspective on stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I want him to answer because I'm confused still. How Allah went into the body of Master Farad.
And that's why I didn't touch on this 2 piece. I promise you, I thought of you. I said, you know what? I'm not going to steal this argument. I'll leave it alone, and I will arrange another discussion like I just did.
Yes, because if Allah is a man and Fraud Muhammad is a man, all right? How 2 men holding one container? Right?
He's crazy.
No, think about it. No. Be honest. All right. IBM, look at it this way. You're a man, right? And I'm a man. And I know my name is Allah and your name is MFM, Master Fraud Muhammad. And I occupy you. What happened to my body when I'm occupying you?
I understand where you're coming from, Stu.
Because
I just said your analogy, the way you analyzed it was crazy. That's all.
with a 2 bottle of water, right?
I heard your 2 water bottle theory yesterday. I heard that was a good one. The 2 water bottles.
Right. Imagine 2 water bottles and call each of them a man. No, try pour in the next water bottle. It's impossible unless Allah is not a man.
Yeah.
One of them is not a man. Because no one man can inhabit 2 bodies, or no one body can inhabit 2 men, can contain 2 men. So if the body of Fraud Muhammad can contain both himself and Allah,
maybe they Siamese twins.
That's the only way. And the pictures of him it doesn't appear to be a Siamese twin.
I want to know why Unbiased didn't press on the grapefruit thing, though. They keep coming up with this grapefruit. Well, a grapefruit is not a real fruit. It's grafted from this, that, and the third. And I'm like, how the hell is Farad not a grape or Farad or how the fuck? How do you spell and pronounce the name? Because I don't want to be pronouncing the man's name wrong, and I don't give a damn enough to look it up.
But if a grapefruit is not a fruit, an orange is not a fruit either. You know that, right? Orange are grafted. You know that orange are grafted.
I like grafted fruit, so
yeah, orange are grafted. So if we start looking around, you realize that orange are grafted onto sour oranges. Is 2 separate orange are grafted to create the orange that we have. If we start looking around for the food that we eat, you start realizing that we're in problem.
Are they fruit before? I mean, the two fruit that you graft together to make this fruit that we're eating now, are they considered fruit?
Yes, but they're not the original fruit.
But
Okay.
that even that part don't make sense, because with their analogy, you have to have two pieces, right? Like there's two original fruits, or
Yeah, right.
one original fruit and an unoriginal fruit. But
Right.
like it just still bothers me, because I'm like, okay, by y'all explanation of why this is an unoriginal fruit, Farah Muhammad is unoriginal. Like he was grafted.
from a white mother
That
and
was
a
a
black
great point.
father.
Yeah, like I don't understand how they keep like glossing over that. Like if Yakub ain't evil because he's original man, but the white people that came out of Yakub is evil because they're not an original man. They're tainted now with the unoriginal man. Then how is Farad not tainted?
Right. He'll be considered grafted. Right. Good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
because that's where I was going with the Amber. When they're sharing exactly the same story as Christianity. Basically, God says that there was nothing, and then He created this and He created that. And then
Talking about.
the Yakub story is the devil, basically. Because the devil, when he left heaven, he took a third of the angels. Now, 30% is almost a third of 100. You got to go to 33.3.
What?
To get to you don't know math.
Hell no.
A third of 100. A third of 100 is 33.3, brother. Do
What
the
they got to
math.
do what Amber said?
I ain't got time to argue with you. But 30% of remember he said he took 30% of the people with him. Yakub did. Remember?
No, not 30%.
Well,
He took 70. No, he took 70%. He took majority dissatisfied. Right.
Oh, okay. Well, 30% left that was unsatisfied.
Yeah. He took the majority, right, which is 70.
Okay, but the 30% left, they were unsatisfied. That's the same story as the angels. Well, almost similar to the story of the angels, except for the devil, was the one who made the move and did all the craziness and took the people with him, or the angels with him. So I was just saying that the similarity in the stories are eerie. That's one of the things that I wanted to get at.
that's true. It's the same story, but in reverse. Instead of 70% of the angels stayed in heaven, 70% went with Yakub. It's the same story, but they just twist it.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
what they do is that they have to keep the stories similar. Let me say, you see the bean that they're using to make bean pies?
Yeah.
I want to go
Navy
back
bean.
100 years and look at that bean. That bean don't look not like that bean now. The food that we're eating now, today, in 2022, if you go back 100 years, you wouldn't recognize it most of the time, You wouldn't recognize the corn, you wouldn't recognize. It's like totally different. They're smaller. Because if it wasn't for modern agricultural practices, we couldn't feed 6 billion people on the earth. They couldn't feed it. When all right, I watch a program where they show tribes people in some country, and they're showing them on YouTube, and they show them the tractor in America when it cutting the wheat, and they can't believe it, the quantity of wheat.
Right.
Because modern agriculture, things change. So this grafted idea what they had is long gone. But I want him to answer, is either Fard Muhammad is Allah, but is Allah the supreme being? Or there's somebody over Allah?
There's nobody over the supreme being. Supreme being
So who is the supreme being?
Master Muhammad.
But he was a man, though. He lived on earth.
Yeah, he definitely is a man. And they didn't argue that. He's a demigod.
That's the only thing that's the only difference that it seems like to me is that they want to keep that you have to be a man living on Earth before you could, go up and do something or whatever. But, the alien story coming from outer space, it's the same story as the alien. I mean, the fallen. They were aliens of their time if they fell to the earth and came and, made it with man like it says in the Bible. But the stories are just similar, but I mean, it's just like, why do you have to place a man? Why wouldn't your Most High, be a spirit, or like it is in Christianity?
No, but
Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't he be a spirit out in space? Because
Okay,
how can a man?
indigenous.
I'm just asking. Wait a minute. Last thing. How
Got
can
you.
somebody float around in space? That's what I just want to know.
Okay, indigenous. I got you. And like, if you attack the doctrine, no problem. But if you go into their talking points on God being a man, if you're not aware of the Bible, they're going to get you. Okay, I'm telling you right now, and that's why I stopped him. I stopped him because he's going to handcuff you. Don't forget, Unc said an organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. So if you're not organizing your truth, he's going to get you. I'm telling you.
but
Okay.
unbiased. Listen to
Yeah.
this. You know that fraud Muhammad is Jesus, right?
Of course, he's the Mac of the Bible of the Quran too, right?
You know why he's Jesus? Because he ascended into the heavens. But the only thing that he ascended using the mothership. But he's in the heavens. When we talk about when you ask, just say to a child, point me to the heavens. Where they point to?
Up in the sky.
In the sky. Where's Master Fard Muhammad?
Well, now that brother gonna say mother plane, all right? So he's in the sky.
He's on the mother plane in the heavens, in the sky.
Yeah.
And he's looking down on
Mankind.
people. And deciding if and when he will call in the deaths of the unrighteous by destroying them. Is it any different than Jesus waiting to come back for his people? It's the same prophecy. It's the same Jesus prophecy that Jesus is going to return and he's going to punish the unrighteous, the people who is not at peace. Prophet Muhammad is going to come back and he's going to punish the unrighteous, the non-Muslims who didn't acknowledge that he is the supreme being and follow him. It's not the same prophecy. He's in the heavens. He's waiting in the heavens. He's sitting on his seat in the mothership. He's on a throne. He's in the captain chair in the mothership. He's on a throne. Just like how Jesus is on a throne, he's on a throne too. But while Jesus' throne might be spiritual, his is physical. But it's the same prophecy. And now he's a man, but he's eternal. Explain, which man is eternal? Is there such thing as an eternal man?
No.
But what the Bible say? A man
can't live over 1,000 years.
Yeah, but the Bible says something about a man. It's destined for a man to die or something like that. What's
I don't know about that scripture, but I know he can't live past 1,000 years.
Or is that poem?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that verse.
I don't know. That sounds like some medieval Islamic science to me. That's one of the.
All right, see there, Hebrews 9:27. Hebrews 9:27. What is Hebrews 9:27 say? And just as it is appointed for a man to die, watch, and after that comes the judgment. So the Bible tells us it is appointed for a man to die. If you name man, you must dead. If you're eternal, is not man, because it is appointed for a man to die. So if fraud Muhammad is eternal, he is not appointed to die.
Yeah, but the brother just said that he is going to die. The brother just said that.
Which brother? The same brother?
Yeah, he said he accepts that fraud is going to die.
But who are you going to call him eternal then?
I don't think he'll call him eternal.
The supreme being, he said, the supreme being which is eternal. And that's why I ask you, who is the supreme being? And you tell me MFM, Master Muhammad. So if Master Muhammad is the supreme being which is eternal, that means Master Muhammad is not appointed to die.
No.
Eternal and death is the opposite of each other. You cannot be eternal and die.
Yeah, he's definitely going to not say he's eternal. He's definitely going to say he's not.
Because it's appointed that a man must die. And if you can't, that is not a man. Use something else.
Yeah.
No wrong with you being, no wrong with you being, you being who you're being, but you had to come as a man because you had to take people out of the Negro mind. Because the Negro mind asks questions. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Indigenous black man, you know, it's a Negro mind question everything.
That's right. You know, tell them, sweet peace. You know, that's what it says. It says in the Bible that they take, they take a lot out of that. God is the only one that can, when they call for like the true death, it's God. You can have the death of the body, but the only way that you can have death of the soul is through God. So how does that figure in the Bible, which they take out of? Like I said, how does that figure into play? Is that the God who judges Master Farad Muhammad if he's going to die and he's not eternal?
No, they don't say that God. Because when him said everybody worship the same God, I expect you to say no, that's not true. Because my God is all knowing and all seeing. And your God is not all knowing and all seeing. The Christian God is all knowing and all seeing.
Yeah.
Never changing. It's Alpha and Omega, the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Allah changes. There have been thousands of different Allahs.
Right.
So,
No, billions.
Millions of different Allah. So Allah, one constant we have with Allah is that Allah is constantly changing. So it cannot be the same God as a Christian God. Because the Christian God never changed. He's the same Christian God from the beginning till the end. Right? But guess what they do? Just imagine you have a tree, a fruit tree in your house, in your backyard. And you call the fruit tree a Bible. What NOI do is that they pick the fruits that they want from the tree and they leave the rest to rot on the vine. It's not everything in the Bible they rock with. They say some of it is allegory, some of it is prophecy, misinterpreted prophecy. But you listen to them and you realize that it's not, they have an experiment where they boil a frog. They boil this frog, and they say, how you boil a frog? You put him in the water when it's cold, and they gradually increase the temperature.
Yeah.
And he sits in there until he boils and dies. Right? So they put you in the lessons, and they gradually just turn up the flame. And over time, you don't realize that the temperature of the water has changed until you are properly cooked like a lobster. And then you come out into the world now with the brainwashing. And you say, I have been redeemed.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Hey, unbiased. Could you do a wiki on just put the history of Islam and then use wiki, and it shows the timeline from Muhammad to al-Bayat. I don't want to disrespect the words. I feel you could do them more, give them more respect than I could, but you could read, down the history, of the history of Islam. Just type in Google Google history of Islam and then use the wiki.
No, but what's your point about this? What's your point?
Well, I was just saying where it changed. It went from Muhammad to like 3 or 4 different names that I don't want to disrespect, and then the other one is Imamate, and then it goes to medieval Islamic science, and then it goes to the spread of Islam. So, and then the succession to Muhammad.
Look, what I can do is, what you should do is this. Because, as you know, we have a panelist named Hassan Muhammad. He's Orthodox. So what you should do is you should make sure that your information is correct, because Hassan is very fluent in historicity, the text. So you want to know what you're talking about, right?
Right.
When I invite Hassan on here, he's not going to be nice. Okay, so when you come at his face, he's not going to be nice. So be correct. So I want you.
When he gets in here and say my God is fake and all this other stuff, but
no. I don't know what he's looking.
I'm just asking questions. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Get upset when he wanted my God.
Right now. I don't know what he's going to say, but I do know he's well versed in his historicity and his text in the Quran. I know the brother for a long, long time.
He's Sunni or which Islam is he?
Yeah, he's Sunni.
Because what people don't realize is that there have been different kinds of Islam.
Yeah.
Right? Because
you got Shia, you got other things out there, right?
You have other things. Because even the Ottomans, the Islam that they practice was different than the Orthodox Islam that we know now.
Right.
They didn't build mosque. They didn't worship 5 times a day.
Yeah.
So it's different. No Orthodox. No, what has happened is that Islam has a reformation like the Catholics.
Yeah, they got denominations too, right?
Yeah, we're the more powerful set like the Sunni and the other one. No.
Shiite.
The Shiites are the 2 most powerful set, and they are battling for supremacy.
Right.
Right. That is why in Iraq, a civil war was taking place in Iraq, after the fall of Saddam, because Saddam was Sunni, right? And Iran is Shiite. Iraq is Shiite. No, Iran is Shiite. And the ruling class in Iraq was Sunni. And they had a problem, because I think Shiites have more members than Sunni worldwide. But so everybody hold on to what sail them ship through turbulent waters. And if the sail is religion, that's why I asked the question today, is that are we as Black people capable of abandoning religion at this time?
Right.
Do we know enough of science? Are we people that practice methodology at this time? And the answer is no. If you take away religion from most Black people now, they're lost.
Yeah.
They don't know who them is. That is why I tell you, say, You have to have knowledge of self. And you are the original black man, the NOI member, and he puts you in a uniform and give you a sense of belonging. The uniform look like a train conductor uniform. They couldn't get it's now 2020. They can't change that uniform. With the hat and the they give you a brand, they brand you with that, the brand you and say, get your X. This is your brand. Like cattle, you belong to this group.
Oh, they brand you like in college? 2P?
No, like cattle.
Like the Greek?
No, not a physical brand, you know. It's a mental brand. Because if you talk,
brand, yeah.
If you talk to somebody who was in the NOI for more than 10 years, it's a part of the language.
Yeah,
They still go because they get branded, that they got that mental branding on them. The mark left on them.
I was talking about a group like, people like that earlier who get into that hive mentality, and then, you lose your freedom of thought because you're just regurgitating what's going through the hive, whether it be wrong or right. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're promoting. And you can't be moved from it. It's cognitive dissonance.
No, but if you think about it, we as black people fall into the hive mentality easy. If you look at the gangs, we don't want to be the Bloods or the Crips, and you see how they operate, it's the same hive mentality, you know. It's the same sense of brotherhood. It's the same brainwashing, you know.
Yeah.
It's not no different. When you look at TD Jakes. TD Jakes, that fat, ugly fucker. Daughter decided to be a pastor now. And she just bought a house in Los Angeles in a rich white neighborhood for $5 million. What has this young lady done to earn $5 million?
Be his daughter.
Being his daughter, he bought a $5 million house. When you look at the average person in his church, the $30,000 people who come to his church every week, most of them work less than 40,000 a year. Most of his members, I put it here that at least 90% of his members work less than 50,000 a year. And you are buying your daughter a house for almost $5 million. It's like it's like you have no disregard for the people. You have no regard for the people. We're not
prosperity gospels. It's a prosperity gospel, Stu-Peace. They're preaching you can have like TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Joel Osteen, all these prosperity preaching, skinny jean wearing, putting makeup on before they go out and then act like it's just all because of, even the actors put the makeup on before they go out, on a show or something. But these preachers go out in their skinny jeans and preach prosperity gospel and say, oh, you can have what I have if you believe like I believe. And that ain't true. And it doesn't say that in the Bible. And they just saying whatever they want to up on the pulpit. You got a bunch of fake preachers out there. You're right about that.
Who's Fireburn? Fyahburn. Fireburn, you said Allah our God comes to different nations at different times with different message. It's the message versus the messenger.
Yeah, so that standard thought, ideology for the Nation of Islam.
Fire, the Christian God. The Christian God is God. Let me explain what I mean by is God. The Christian God is by definition who Him is at all times. Right? He and his message is the same thing. You cannot take
Yes.
Christ, the message. The message is Christ, and Christ is the message. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, there was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was made flesh.
I'm a catch.
So therefore, when people telling that Allah and God, it cannot be. Because the Bible tell you who their God is.
You do? Okay.
So my dressmaker in the place. Michelle Lovejoy, but I have some fabrics, and we have enough time to find the perfect one. What you making, Michelle? Drop it in the chat. Oh,
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, she making something. She making something for me.
Okay. You're prettying up Amber. Amber don't need to get any prettier, or her hair will get bigger.
That's right. Yakub.
20.
Yeah.
If you had 10 haters last year, sometimes you don't have too much haters in Amber.
I don't think you could pretty me up no more. But I'm going into my bag of tricks though.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah, little birthday gifts I'm working on.
Okay. Oh, you're saying Fireburn, you're saying he was born in 1877 and he left in 1933. You think he's alive? Yeah, he's alive. Because according to them, he has to be alive. If Fard Muhammad is not alive and is not Allah in this dispensation, you'd have to have a new Allah and a new plan. All right, the brothers in UK said no unbiased. Master Farad Muhammad is not the supreme being. Farad was born in 1877. Yeah, that's what we're trying to discuss. The brothers UK, we're saying that if you're saying that Farad Muhammad is the supreme being, and he's a man that was born in 1877, where was Allah at the time when he was in his mother belly? Where was the supreme being? Well,
like the master Farad Muhammad would have to be like Jesus. If that was the case, he was born of a woman, and walked the earth. Because, the God of the Bible, he was never a man.
Right.
I mean,
it's
and like you said, wait a minute, to your point, Stu P, real quick, to your point, when God spoke the words to create the atom or whatever, his word, was manifest, and that was Jesus, who was the angel so named before he came to earth.
Right, because he was with him. Right? But if you
Right.
think it sound like, all right, it sound like the NOI don't believe in the Trinity. Right? So fraud Muhammad is Allah in the flesh as man, born of a woman. You said, you're right. I'm looking at it. Thank you, IBM. Because it's the same story. They just slightly change it. It's
Mhm.
Bible stories. They're telling Bible stories.
Yep. Yep.
Go
That's
listen.
what I've seen. Their translation of it. Let's say let's not say stealing. The disrespect. Let's just say that we have different translations of the story, but it seems like the same story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because think about it. In order for Master, I'm not disrespecting Master Farhad Mohammed to come into the United States, he had to be born of a white woman so that they'll accept him and think that he's white and allow him to come to the state, right? In order for Jesus, so you come to the state and spread the message to the black man to save the black man. In order for Jesus to save mankind, he had to be born of a woman because his job was to shed blood, his own blood, and to wash away prior sins. Master Fraud Muhammad's job is to wash away ignorance and to bring the original man, the black man, from a state free of his Negro mind. And he left, what year he left? 1933?
It was 1877 to
So
I can't remember.
he was 56 at the time. Almost twice the age of Jesus. Jesus died when he was 33. Ford Muhammad came when he in 1877 and left in 1933. So he had twice the work to do as Christ. Michelle Lovejoy, you're right.
Just say 50 years. That's 50 years, right?
56 years.
56. Okay.
Yeah. 56 years.
3.
Yes, Allah made himself from the atom of life that was in the universe before he manifested himself. But he was not the one who created the atom of life. The atom of life existed before he existed, because it's from that he created himself. And even if the atom of life just existed a blink of an eye before him, in the scope of things, a blink of an eye can be an eternity.
Yeah, but you're being born of a woman, and then all of a sudden you're the creator of existence. It's kind of, off-putting to, I guess, the reader. How that could happen to me. Let's say to me. I ain't gonna say to nobody else. I'll just say to me. I don't understand how you could be born in 1877 but be the creator of all existence.
No, because it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Allah is the Father, Master Fraud Muhammad is the Son, and his ascendant into the mothership is now the Holy Spirit. He's doing the job of the Holy Spirit now, looking down and comforting. You can pray to him for peace. He's offering you comfort.
I'm sorry. I'm reading Fireburn's comment, and I want to get some clarity. So Fire Burns said he had the nature of both black man and white. He had both natures and was able to judge between the black man and white. He said the black man is God, the white man is the devil. That was the judgment based on his own nature. First of all, who is he? I want to be clear before I offer my commentary.
Oh, he's saying that it's Fraud Muhammad. Fraud Muhammad had the nature because his mother was white and his father was black. He had both. Right? It's like Jesus had ascended down into hell.
So talking about Farah, right?
Right.
Okay, so my question is, if he had both natures, how did he know which nature was black and which nature was white? Because he's a combination of the two natures. So how could he determine which nature was good and which nature was bad and give that a racial identity? It's like
that easy, Amber. The reason why that easy, because he was a black man first, so he knew who he was. And then when he was born of a white woman, his blackness, he could still identify with his black. So he knew that anything that was going against his blackness was his whiteness. It's like Jesus Christ going on to hell to show that he can conquer death. When he has both things in his body, he's showing the ability to conquer the devilish nature of white people. That he can, even when they're a part of him, he can rise above it. He is who he is. Even though he...
Well, like, how many people got their ancestry? Like results, DNA, genetic breakdown of your ancestry.
Yeah.
I have mine.
Right, but you realize that you have how much percent whiteness in your Amber? You have what? 33% whiteness?
I have like 12%.
European. Don't you rise above the European nature?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know which part of my nature comes from Europe. I don't know which part. Maybe my annoyance with ratchetry sometimes. Maybe that is my white nature sometimes. I don't know. I don't know which part of me is the in the Asian elements and Polynesian elements. Like, I don't know, because I have some of that in my DNA too. That might be why I like the Polynesian sauce, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, but guess what? Your blackness, you identify with your blackness. Identify with your original.
You breaking up, Stoopies?
Yeah.
Or is it me?
You identify with the blackness, that part of you which is the original man. So you rose above.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
I can't
hear you.
Yeah. You rose above the Yakub creation part of yourself and identified with your blackness. You're a good NOI member. I need to get you one of the uniforms.
I don't like uniforms either. That might be my black. I don't know, because if NOI like uniforms, then maybe that's my Caucasian nature. I don't know which nature that is. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how he was able to determine what was what. And even still, like, don't you find it rather odd that as devilish as the white man is, you let someone with a white DNA, majority, more than you, because they're biracial. They come from black and white equally, So you gonna let them define your blackness for you, and you identify as wholly black? You gonna let a half black person tell you about the entirety of your blackness. It's just ridiculous to me.
He rose above the whiteness in him. He rose above it. He defeated the whiteness in him. He held it at bay. He caused it to submit. He's the king of Rwanda or Wakanda. Amber don't get it. It's Bible stories when you think about it, Amber. It's the same Bible.
Well, absolutely. I definitely, I've been thought about it. I said, how y'all, it's just the remix.
Yeah, it's a
That's
remix.
all it is. It's the remix.
Right. But you take out the spookism and you put in and you put in your own version as a spookism in it. But it's just a remix.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's all they remix really is the spooky shit. Like change the beat a little bit, you know, lay a little vocal on the track and call it a remix, call it something else. Like, no, this is a remix. And I'm mad that y'all acting like this a new song. I'm very upset about it. I know when I heard this song before. This the same song. Y'all just remixed it. Y'all chopped and screwed it. Y'all threw in the little, you know, extra beat at the end. But this is the same song. Like, you're not gonna trick me.
Yeah, they just loop the funky drummer from James Brown.
Sincere, this is not me talking. This is Amber. It's 2 P's. I am not saluting the funky drummer or none of that.
Loop the funky drummer and just drop the lyrics on it.
For real, they put DJ Khaled on the track.
Yeah.
They put DJ Khaled on the track, and now they trying to call it something else. Like, no.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Fard Muhammad, the more you look at him, the more you realize that he's Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Allegedly. Now I'm not gonna lie. Now, can I say what my favorites are? Can I pick some favorites from both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So for me, I actually feel like Jesus was a realer nigga than Fard Muhammad. Like, I fucks with Jesus. But I also like the play in your face, do for self, but really have white people do it, but do for self. I like that part of NOI doctrine. Like, I like that part. It's clever, you know. What other parts do I like? The Bible throw me off with all of the, you know, in the mouth of the whale, and they do too much. They do way too much. So I'm digging the NOI futuristic space, camped out, chilling, like little kickback in space, waiting on the right time. You know, I don't know what they up there doing. Maybe smoking some good green, but I kind of dig that part of it too. I'm like, okay, I can rock with that. It's more futuristic. You know, it ain't so dated. You know, they ain't stoning motherfuckers or putting people on the cross. They talking about some new age shit. So I fucks with that part. Now, as far as the Bible, I like the Bible's diet plan. I like their meal plan though, because the no pork and stuff, like, even though I don't eat pork like that, the fact that I can't, like, I choose not to eat it, but the fact that you can't eat it over there, like, that throw me off too. Like, no, I want the option to eat it if I want to. And the Bible say, you know, later on in Romans that, like, don't be worrying about all of that. Mind your business and let people eat what the fuck they want to eat. I like that part, you know. So I'm just saying both of them have their strong points and their weak points. So I can't really say which one is my favorite. I like the discipline of NOI though. I do like the discipline of the NOI doctrine. They're very disciplined. And they come with a whole Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, but Amber, I'm going to ask you a question. Tell me how the do for self is different than the prosperity gospel.
Well, see, the difference between the two is the NOI make you feel empowered. They print up the pay. They do. They give you the feeling of accomplishment and empowerment. They give you a product. You got to pay for it and get that shit off on your own. But they like the dope man.
And I'm going to tell you this, Amber. They're no different. Let me explain why the do for self is no different than the prosperity gospel.
What? Hold on, Stu Peace. Let me finish my answer first.
Yeah.
Because the prosperity teaching and Christianity, see, they be pulling the gotcha for real though. They had you. They promise you're gonna get this. I ain't finna give it to you, but you give me the money and God gonna give it to you. I'm not gonna do it, but God gonna do it. So then you tithe and you offer and you wait for your blessing because you bless me and God gonna bless you. But the NOI at least give you a product, right? Like they give you something. Now it might not be, the profit margin might not be that great based off what you're paying for the damn paper up front, but that's your business. You price this however you want to, you freak it out, you sell it, that's up to you and your mouthpiece, what you do, what kind of profits you make off of this. But the Christianity prosperity teachings, you bless me and God gonna bless you. And see, because you doing the Lord's work and God gonna look after you. I call that bullshit. And most times they don't even give you no good soup kitchen to go to if you get down on your luck. They ain't even offering you that.
Yeah.
Well, see, you gotta look at it like the prosperity gospel. It's like you gotta go through him, like you said. It's almost like the Pope over there in Rome, where he's the vicar of Christ. All the messages come through him, and then so it's sort of the same message, the same mentality there as the Catholics today in those prosperity gospel churches too.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing the NOI do. The NOI tell you that, listen, Allah is going to give you the ability to do for self. Follow us because NOI members learn to do for self. Is one of the tenets of being an NOI member. Is one of the tenets of coming to Allah. Is the ability to do for self. And once you do for self, you will become prosperous. You will not become dependent upon the white man. Same gospel they're selling. They just remix it. It's the same gospel. Right?
Yeah, seems like it to me. So it's just a different translation, maybe, but basically the same story. Well, even the stories back in ancient times, with the pharaohs and things, you got the Trinity back then, and like I was telling him earlier, Khalid Muhammad said in an interview that he had, and he said that all religions come from the original. You know what I'm saying? They took a little bit here and took a little bit there. It seems like, all the way down the list. So, I mean, we're all guilty of it. It's just realizing that and being able to take that in and understand it. That it all came from the story originated somewhere. Especially once the Greeks and them got a hold of it, because the only thing they did was build a patent office to steal our shit.
So I like Fireburn. He said, when you come into the knowledge that you are God, what else can you do? Be, and it is. But my thing is like, the fact that it sounds like you're kind of saying like, well, when you think you're great, then you become great. It sounds like that's kind of what you're saying, right? And in my mind is you're absolutely, I totally agree there. But I just want people to take it a step further and quit relying on being a God to be great, right? You're great because you are who you are and you were born great. You didn't have to be born a God to be great. You don't have to rely on that narrative. So that's my contention. I'm great because I'm fucking Amber. I don't need to claim to be a god or be the original man in order to be great. No, I'm just fucking great. Like that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
But Amber, question. You're a god, right? By their definition, the black man is a god. Singular word, Not the black man are gods, Singular god. A god is not dependent or reliant on anybody else except himself. So how a god supposed to submit to a greater god? Then he's not a god then. How are you supposed to be a god? Explain that to me. It's like you're a man. If you're a man and the next man jumping on your back, you're not a man. Because a man not supposed to have a next man on him back. That is not the definition of a man. So you're a god and you have a next god on your back riding you? Explain that to me. How is it that you're a god and Allah is on your back riding you?
They playing big God, take little God.
Yeah, you understand? If you go to jail, if you go to prison, and the next man riding you, do they still consider you a man? Anybody call you a man?
You might be somebody man. You might be his man now.
Right? But you can't be a god and the next god on your back riding you. Explain that to me. So when you say the black man is a god, but Allah is the supreme God. No. No. It don't work like that. It don't work like that because God by definition don't work like that. If you say the black man is the original man, I'll understand that. He's the first man, I'll understand that. He's the man on which all other men are image of. I'll understand that. But if you say him is a God, but yet he's still reliant upon another God, which is also a man.
And then my thing is, like you said, black, of course, everybody knows that everyone else came from blacks, right? But I feel like the truth is powerful enough. You don't got to add nothing to it or take nothing away. Like, you can actually go with actual, provable, measurable science. You don't have to make up a fairy tale to support that. It just is what it is. So why are we adding? Because to me, when you add to it and when you add, untruths to it, then you water it down, you dilute it, and it becomes a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, we fought so long to dispel the idea that we are jokes, that we are jesters, that we are entertainment. So it's a little disheartening to see people pulling shit just way out of left field and claiming it as fact and law and truth, and not seeing the it's not, but not seeing the how it's diminishing the quality.
I understand what you're trying to say, Amber. I understand what you're trying to say. It's like when we watch the news and we hear some heinous crime being committed. Mentally we say, please don't make this be a black person. Please don't let this be a black person. Right?
Well, like, I'm not even saying that, because at the end of the day, I don't feel like the next person defines me or represents me. But what I'm saying is, overall, like, you're working against your own interests. Most Black people want to be taken serious. That's a collective and an individual goal. We want to be given the respect that we're due, right? But
True.
if you are indulging in fantasy and fairy tale, and just so you can feel good about yourself, you make it hard for people to take you seriously. And that's Black, white, orange, blue, whoever. So you're working against your own interests.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, because I mean, like you know, you take a lot out of Christianity to create your religion. So just like remember, I made the analogy about if you take the egg and the sperm coming together, how if you take that part out, creation doesn't exist. Well, if you take that part out of the religion, it won't exist. And this is a problem that we all have been, I think so many different religions just started off from the beginning. Religions were splitting, and then look how many different denominations of Christianity out here we have. You know what I'm saying? It's like hundreds of them, isn't it? You know what I mean? And then you got a lot of people out here talking about being God and all that stuff. Well, I mean, in the Bible, what you take from, like I said, I've made this clear all night, they took it from the Bible. So the Bible that they take from in Jasher, this is Jasher 4:16 and 7. It says, all the sons of men departed from the ways of the Lord in those days as they multiplied upon the face of the earth with sons and daughters, and they taught one another their evil practices, and they continued sinning against the Lord. Verse 17, and every man made unto himself a god, and they robbed and plundered every man his neighbor as well as his relative, and they corrupted the earth, and the earth was filled with violence. And I have a feeling that that's the same thing that's going on right now. You have a lot of people out here who's making up their own religion and stuff, and, like with the Hebrews, they're going against, but at the Council of Jerusalem, they're all coming together. Jews, the Hebrews, and the Gentiles, and the Hebrews that were from the Bible were Simeon and Barnabas. They were black at that time, in Jesus' time. So let's explain that too. You see what I'm saying? Because we're putting white people over in Israel a little too soon, I believe. So let's have that discussion, on who was the people during the time the Bible started. And the reason why I give that analogy is because the Bible was started in those times. Simeon was one of the, or the starter of the Christianity or Christian religion. He was there after Jesus was born, and then Peter and Paul and all of them. So are we saying that Peter and Paul is wrong now? All the scriptures that you relate when you're doing your, when you're doing your teachings and you're using the books of Peter and Paul, are they gone now? Because Peter and Paul were there for 20 years after Jesus at this council, after Jesus' crucifixion at this council of Jerusalem, where all the peoples was coming together and they were allowing the Gentiles to come in and everything. They were talking about circumcision because the Jews, Aaron or James or whichever one, Jesus' brother was one, with the Jews, and then you had Peter and Paul with the Christians, and then the Gentiles was just everybody else. So, all these things come together, and it's like I said, it seems like now we're going against the scriptures and doing everything that we can to go against the scriptures, and we're following these fake leaders to their demise. I'm not talking about the Muslim leaders, but I know in my religion, I can speak for my religion, Christianity, like T.D. Jakes, and look at Kirk Franklin out here. Look on half androgynous out here with makeup and eyeliner and fake eyelashes and skinny jeans and working to the gospel. I mean, come on, man.
Is
This
that
shit's
true?
supposed to be happening.
Seriously? Seriously?
I'm just saying, look at him. Look at Kirk Franklin. I mean, that's not unique, man. That. Take him back 20 years ago when we were younger. Take him into the church and say he's a well-known preacher and see what our preachers do to him back then. You see what I'm saying? But now, because it fits the narrative, and they've got us believing that all of this is cool and all this is good and all this is acceptable, that we're allowing it to come into our lives and be a part of our lives and be taken in and be, keep on pushing. And you keep on telling a lie long enough, then you'll get a lot of people to believe it. And that's what happens with religion, even with Christian, any religion, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, this is just, and you get these people who come in, make guys out of themselves. You want to be a god, oh, he's a god, you a god. But God says beware of the gods, lowercase gods. Gods, lowercase, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking like, I'm trying to stay away from those things, I'm trying to stay away from those things, but seems like we're being not forced, but being led, through the movies, the media, the music, and all that, being led in that direction, away from the scriptures and to what man believes, following men, following, the actors and the people who they're putting out here in front of us to speak for us when they're being promoted by these people and put on the pedestal to speak and take control of the narrative.
Continue. I share a picture. I share a photo.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh.
Yeah, I'm here. I was texting, but yeah, I hear you, indigenous, but I'm not gonna lie to you. When I thought about it, and this was as a kid, like I kept wondering where these people at and what they talking about. Where are these people at? Then as I got older, because I'm like BC, what they talking about? So when I found out that they talking about some shit way back in the day, oh hell no. I ain't gonna be able to do it. That's like me abiding by the laws of slavery, even though they no longer exist. Like me just showing up to a white person's house, asking them that they got some vegetables or cotton they want me to pick. Because that's what my ancestors did. I'm not going for it. We not there no more. I don't live there, never did live there. That ain't the society that I live in today. That was cool for them back then. I'm not abiding by that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We've progressed past that point. So for me, people can hold to the scriptures all they want to, but I just challenge them. If you're gonna do all that, then go ahead, grab you a bale of cotton. Go ahead, grab you, a little slice of cornbread if master let you get some. Go ahead and offer to mow your neighbor's lawn because they white. Take out their trash, feed their children, cook their meals, brush their hair, draw their bath, do all that. Don't just stop there. Let's abide by all the old laws.
Hold on, Abba. Let me Fireburn. You wrote the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had a third grade education and built an $88 million nation. Do you understand that the money he got from poor people who believed that he was the messenger of the Most High? he didn't have a factory. The little businesses that he had were mostly covers. They weren't generating that amount of profit. He died leaving $88 million that his children fought over, that the NOI fought over. What industry he had? What business he had? What did he do? He had $88 million in Chicago. In Chicago, one of the cities with a very low per capita income for Black people. What did he do with his $88 million in Chicago to improve Black lives?
Blue Devil, what objective truths does the Bible or the scriptures deal with? What objective truths are those? Can you list them, please?
Kirk Franklin, that is terrible.
But my thing
Kirk
is,
Franklin.
see, here's the thing. He built an $88 million nation. Where did it go? Where the fuck is this $88 million nation? How y'all still building this nation he already built?
The family, I'm not too familiar with the story of the family and the NOI fought over the money.
Yeah, the young lady put it in the chat the other day. The one who came in here and ran off the fat girl.
I'm just fire burn. Hear me. Hear me. How much money? I wish Unbiased was up. Unbiased, you still up?
Unbiased sleeping. Look at Kirk. This man.
He ain't no damn sleep.
Look at this man with a red and a shaved eyebrow. The dude shaved his eyebrow. Which man shaved his eyebrow?
Yeah, he's androgynous. Well, he's metrosexual for sure.
You know what? You so wrong for that. And his line of Christmas. Ooh, you so wrong for that. You ain't shit.
Hey, I'm mad because that's somebody out here promoting this craziness. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell he's pushing the narrative because look at how he's acting, look at how he's dressing. He is promoting the narrative of the day. You know, taking the rights and moving it to where they want to move them to, taking them even more from us, moving somebody else's agenda in front of ours, which we have been waiting in line forever, and they keep on putting people in front of us. And now he's promoting this new agenda. We don't even have to say what it is. And, you know, he's loving life. He's making the big bucks because of it.
I got a picture where I'm doing I'm pursing my lips just like that with the little squinty bedroom eyes. I got a picture making that same pose.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. You wearing skinny jeans and blouses and things of that nature out on the thing, hopping and popping and body locking to the gospel in front of millions of people and getting them to stomp.
It's the Beijing for me. Oof. And they use brown Beijing.
You know that's foundation. You know it's foundation.
Child, they use that Beijing hair color. Try to fill it in for them. No, sir. Now, I did want to ask, well, Stu, since you seem like you with the shit tonight, can you look up Elijah Muhammad's economic plan and how much money that he said we approximately need? I'm trying to see something.
No, I come. I shared another picture.
He's laughing at Kirk Franklin.
I come. Because Elijah Muhammad have no economic plan.
Oh, but he did have an economic plan.
I'd rather listen to Elijah Muhammad than this guy.
He did have an economic. Let me be messy and pull it up right quick. Shit. Because I'm trying to see something.
I'll share another picture of Kirk Franklin. Look at this man. Honestly, look at this man. Look at this man. Tell me that there's
Disgusting. Preaching the gospel.
this man look like him just roll off him boyfriend. And boyfriend just roll off.
Yes, sir.
Who was the one who died from AIDS? What's his name again? The one who was having sex with all the little boys in him church. What was his name again? And he came on.
Eddie Long. Eddie Long.
Eddie Long said, I have 4 stones and I have not thrown one yet. Eddie Long sleeping with all the boys in the church.
Yeah.
And his wife is beside him as what do you call the wife in the church now? The first lady. This bullshit first lady. Oh, she's the first lady. The first lady know that the man is a fag. Where's the integrity?
And they're letting their wives become pastors behind the first lady too. They're letting them preach behind the first lady. Yeah. Craziness, man. Well, I said I'm not afraid to go against my own religion, so I mean I hope people don't get me wrong when I'm asking questions about theirs, because I'll, in a minute, I'll tell you the ignorance that's going on in mine and won't have no problem admitting to it, you know what I'm saying? So I feel everybody should be the same, because, I mean, you don't believe in God, but you believe in the devil. Shit like that. So, I mean, what are you doing out here? You're just going along with the program, however they want to push the narrative and however they pushing you, like in Chicago, stuff like that. With the kids now are bigging up Chicago and bigging up the killings and the deaths and the shooting and all that stuff, and that's the mentality these days. That's why you see a lot of these deaths going on. It's because they're promoting Chicago and, acting like it's cool and all this other stuff when we know it's, genocide. You know what I'm saying?
Poor black
They're
kids.
allowed to do that on the media today. Oh, yeah.
Poor black people killing each other. Where's the program? Yeah. Where's the program in Chicago? NOI has all of these followers in Chicago. Where's the program?
Blue Devil. I'm sorry. Blue Devil, I can ask you for an overview of what it states about these truths, these objective truths. I asked you, what are the objective truths? Like, state them.
I believe in God the Father. I believe Blue Devil.
Michael Eason? No, Michael Eason. So Farrakhan squandered $88 million?
No, Farrakhan didn't get any money. When Farrakhan, this new nation of Islam, was not passed down to Farrakhan, Farrakhan rejuvenated the nation of Islam. He started over. What it is today is what Farrakhan built. Because after...
Oh, his son. I think he said his son.
His son didn't get it. Yes, yeah. Because his son changed the name. At one time, it was changed to another name. And his son was trying to get people into Orthodox Islam.
Well, oh, you still being messy over there.
But Ricardo, I saw your thing earlier.
I'm
And
about to hop off of here.
yeah.
I'll catch y'all later. I'm still listening.
Yeah, I'm going to hop off as soon as I said this to Ricardo. It's true. We changed from white slave masters' name to Arab slave masters. Because what people need to know, the Arab slave trade was as big, if not bigger, than the transatlantic slave trade. The trans-Saharan slave trade was massive. So we leave one slave's name for another. Yeah. And it was true that when NOI started, it didn't gather the brightest people. It was struggling people who wanted a place to call their own. It was struggling people. It was desperate people. And they say a drowning man catch it at straw. If you're drowning and somebody say, listen, this Christian God not helping you because it wasn't helping you 400 years when your forefather was getting beaten, raped, and stabbed. But Allah is here to help you. All you have to do is leave your Negro mind at the door. Come in with an open, blank mind and let us tell you about Allah, the supreme being, the eternal who is a man, who ascended to the mothership and look over us with 15,000 bombers ready on the waiting to get rid of our oppressors. It's almost like the sky is opening and angels riding on wing horses coming down with swords. It's the same story. But instead of angel, you have bomber planes. The same story.
Well, I'm gonna get off here too, but you know.
And let's just say something to the audience. We still have a couple of people watching. Glad they stayed up with us. Appreciate it. But we're going to get a Muslim. We're going to get an NOI member. And we're going to ask him the questions. We need answers.
Yeah, we got to get unbiased and allow me to talk to the brother tonight because we really didn't have time. I was trying to question him. I put a couple questions out there, but I mean, he seems like a pretty easy brother to build with, and that's what we need. Because instead of, like I said, coming here to argue about, argue to win or lose, we should be coming here to build, to come to some type of common ground. You know what I'm saying? So we can get up off of certain subjects and move off of them. Since we put them to the side, we came to common ground on it, and then we can move on to the next subject because there's a lot of things out here that need to be addressed, that are crying for our attention, and we stuck in history talking about, Islam and Jesus and all, Kemet and all this other stuff, when there's plenty of things out here that's crying for our attention right now as we speak.
But
I think that's where some of our conversations need to go.
The truth is that religion to me can be, and not say it is, I say it can be, the yoke around our people's neck. A lot of people is waiting on the sky to open. When everybody else is doing what they need to do, we waiting. We play the waiting game.
Yeah.
It is what it is. All right, let's big up everybody who left. Michelle Lovejoy, Ricardo Williams, Firebun, 504 Top Level, Amber, big up yourself, Blue Devil. It was fun having a conversation with you all. Hope to see you soon. All right.
Yeah, peace, y'all. Have a good evening, and hopefully we can do this again soon.